touch with rust and clutch. Spun out of the dust and careen into the temples of automated destruct. Nanotech bugs in the blood get unplugged. Vision for the fly shit hybrid. I run among the mud, skipper swarm through warnings equal warning Beirut. Little Billy blunderbuss looking for more recruits. City life is practice, casket truancy. That's the rule of you and me. Crash on mass lunacy. Friends used to laugh fast, grass little droop on me. Now they check your bags with a staff class with Uzis. Who deserves a rap without warning? This ain't got but a mortar with a sports scorch. New York forfeit. Run among the poppy fields, order some more clips. Store trips are rare, but the fare is forceless. Bloomy bought the city of Lego and shitty metal home. Jitters to the floorboard, burn almost aborted. Flight of the accidental tourist morbid. The advertising god so oddly courtship. Godly corporate squad plot these tortures. Holiness is hard and it's costing God fortunes. He took a second job on a force to afford it. I don't want a part of these self-fulfilled prophecies. Man, it's too much for my stubbornness. I hate the people running shit. Sleeping ground, oh below, wishing you peaceful. The horror on the surface emerges less frequently. Metal bars of ancient roads dissolved from the scenery. What the fuck? I'll take a hostage and walk through the mosh pit, pristine untouched. MB703's unscuffed. Trust is a commodity crushed by Pol Pot. Your cookie cutter laws contain flaws in philosophy. Toppling down a flight of Escher-Box steps to light. Cause the man that raped my sister won't sleep right tonight. Suppose the pretty horses and four could love more, but I'm exhausted by the scope of this dark god and opiates. Breakfast for dystopian, ruthless whole movement. Seasonal effects of the butchery's looking good, and our writer's block is a prison camp with free press replays. We can hypnotize the herd. Fly visions that attack like Alfred Hitchcock, raise a rabbit, carry a pigeon. True, the only form of calm not tapped is trap strong in the cranium of future reveling with his whistling song. I know you're listening. Get down with this bitch, whistle along.
Obedience is not enough. Power is inflicting pain and humiliation, otherwise you cannot be sure. Power is tearing human minds apart and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing.
It's like the Bilderbergs came to dinner with filthy birds. They pussy all infected, I'm looking for milky words. They pull my third eye out, then they let it dry out. Had to pour my belief in Christ to find out what I look like with no skin. The movement faded while the back of my paper is still illuminated. Even your dough, flipped Egyptian euro. Got my website shut down by the bureau. Can't kick it with the dead until my life stops. But Bush got a Ouija to talk to Adam White's top. I breed martyrs, turn fans to artists. Put a couple G's together before harvest. Like, I'll take all this. The hell I'm doing, dipping this whole fucking pound in embalming fluids. You think I rhyme to do it? If it's influence, try this. If you can't help but sleep, peel off your eyelids.
If you want a vision of the future, imagine the boot standing on a human face forever.
It's the year 2010. You can say what you want, but I bet if you like this blunt, dummy, the feds will come running. Lock you up, lock you out. You ain't trying to listen. Cameras in your food, dude. Look, they trying to listen. Lock you up, lock you out. We got bugs in the house. We're being monitored. They know we got thugs in the house. So light your blunt, big. They'll hit you with a switch, hit you with a beam, hit you in the brain, make you go totally insane. Wildin' out. Guns in the spot, flipping on your nigga. They take you out. When the feds push guns on the roof, they take them out. Snuff you out, cause you know too much. After that, you know your hoes get touched. Look. Then the meeting starts. You download your chick to a memory card, give her trips and send her to a city job.
Power is not a means.
Lady saves for rainy days when she can shave her parts away and she can't shake the shape of things to come. She can't take the shape of flesh and bone. can shake the taste of fate, and he can taste the shape of flesh to come. He can take the weight for flesh and bone. Flesh and bone. Lay in wait for rainy days when you can shave your parts away, and you can't wait around for things to come. You can't wait to waste your flesh and bone.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And if you're looking for an explanation of what we're getting into here, this is a content reaction stream, right? Where we're looking at current news and events. We're looking at primarily starting with James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson, right? Their links to both Zionism and liberalism. Okay, and we're tracing some of the developments in the collusion between the alt-right and Hollywood, right? And how the mainstream media and the alt-right are basically colluding at this point. So our inclinations that these groups were set up as controlled opposition is pretty much off the chain at this point, right? Obviously, the Christian futurist Nick Fuentes, right, who's being propped up by the big tech, right, and the wingnats, right, and the whole Christian nationalist ideal, right, being propped up by the mainstream media, right. So recently, Nick Fuentes and Sneak and Glow, as we like to call him, right, they've been obviously there's huge, obviously the um Nick Fuentes people, right, they were basically put in to normalize, right, the controlled opposition party, right, which is the Trump people. Obviously, Sheldon Adelson paid for Trump, right, just as Haim Saban paid for Hillary Clinton, right? It's two sides of the same coin, right? They're both basically paid for and funded by the Zionists, right? So now they're using these guys that are into the transsexual stuff, they're into the cuckery, right? They're setting them up on with the celebrities, right? So they can honeypot them, right? So here's one example of the honeypotting, right? Is this dude at Kanye West's house, right? So of course he's got T porn on his phone, right? And they got the video where they're cucking themselves or whatever. They're having cuckery with Kanye, right? And of course they're colluding with the big name celebrities like Piers Morgan, right? Who's basically bought and paid for a Zionist clown, right? So all these people like, Andrew Wilson and Nick Fuentes and Jordan Peterson, right, that are actually pushing basically liberal values, right? They're pushing futurism. Okay, they're pro tech. Okay, they're pro liberalism, basically, right? Or they're the controlled opposition against liberalism, right? But both sides support techno liberalism, right? So it's a funny idea. I actually asked this dude one day. Let me actually try to pull this up if I can. I actually asked this dude one day what the issue is. Okay, let me actually pull this video up because I don't think our friend, he comes in and out of these streams. I don't know if you guys remember Traditional Culture Preservation Society, right? But let me see if I could pull this up right now. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, I found it. And he was calling this a debate. What kind of a debate is this? You show up to Trad Culture stream and can't even answer a single question. Right.
Out, I've got new soft.
Let me find the part here.
Sackings and things like this, which I'd point to as saying that and this is an empire which fell. But I also think that there's lots and lots of times where it's just a reformation. Labor force.
They kept them
Ultimately,
out.
I would say no. I would
no,
say that
no,
what you're
they
talking-
didn't.
what you're
They
talking
didn't keep
about
them out. You don't know
soft
what the fuck you're talking about. You
Where-
don't know what
where's-
you're talking
where's-
about.
Where's all that?
The
where's all
United
shit that you're
States,
talking
the
about?
United States conquered Vietnam. We conquered them.
What you're saying?
It was a
via
complete
soft
and
power,
total
right?
victory. We ultimately were able to stave off communism in Vietnam because we sent in corporate interests instead. And
The
a
modern
good
era.
example.
Just move on with your point. This is your show.
Yeah.
This guy has a
All right,
has like a bone.
my-
He wants to
Oh,
like.
I'm
really
sorry.
get
Did I come on?
really
Did I
get
come
this
on to
fucking
your?
point out?
Did I
Like,
come on to
we
your
have to-
three viewer? Did I come on to your three
I have to
viewer
prove
show and
myself right
corrupt
now.
it?
I have to prove
Let's see.
myself right.
Yeah, there's literally three people viewing landlocked or being engaged in wars. Why
Yeah,
does it
survival.
need to be planet Earth now?
Allow our knowledge imminent. So like so.
Producer sent my wife an email, but I know
Okay.
Machine Lies does, is he thinks we're enslaved to technology, where I think that technology is just a tool and it's our nature which we're enslaved to.
So are you thinking that, not you, Andrew, but Rob Zombie? I'm so sorry. What was your name again?
Well, it's not a real name.
It's Ted Kaczynski.
Tech Zombie. We'll call him Tech Zombie.
Call
right,
him Mr. Kaczynski.
I'll accept all of the above.
So are
All the
you one of
above
those
sound
that
good to
like
me.
you think that we're basically going to be taken over by AI?
Well, I don't know if that's going to happen. I can't predict the future, but I definitely would disrecommend the improvements on it, on the AI machine.
This is like you were like, well, listen, now, Linda, I will tell you that no, I wouldn't recommend improving that machine. Now, I wouldn't destroy it, but you're fucking hilarious. All right, but
Thank
my dishwasher is gonna kill me.
you know,
Fucking stupid
These
thing.
freaking
Just like my
guys.
coffee pot. I hate that coffee
well,
pot.
what's that? I can't find the part that I'm looking for on this video, and I need to save what part it is, honestly, where I ask him the question about liberalism and technology, right? Because it's a total slam dunk. I asked this dude JF Garapi the same question, and I know I played that on one of my streams, but I have no idea which stream I played it on. I mean, it was so long ago. I mean,
Yeah,
But
this
yeah.
is an old video.
yeah, neither of them could answer the question, right? But yeah, after I play that part, I'm gonna go to this Sneeko clip where they're at Kanye West's house. Nick Fuentes and Sneeko are at Kanye West's house, and he's talking
Ruh-roh.
about and he's talking about how he wanted to help him with his career, and he's like, I gave you all these options to like help you with your career, and like you didn't want to take it, like you know what I mean, like all these guys are basically working together, or whatever. They think like they're like these guys are independent streamers or whatever, right? But they're part of a network of people who are paid.
Oh yeah, networks get pretty complex. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's why Wilson had to apologize for Fuentes, right? For saying that he like raided his house and all this, that the Groypers raided him and all that stuff. And he had a falling out with the Groypers, and he had to publicly apologize to them because it doesn't look good that these people are on the same media circuits. When it's time for the election and stuff, you get paid by the PACs and all that stuff to spin this narrative about your pro-Zionist candidate. Then it's time to get all your ducks in a row.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. And people think these guys are independent actors that are basically influencers vying for a space and also trying to advance some sort of original opinions. Yeah, right.
It's electric, and I just push a button, and it makes the fucking coffee. It's
What's that
ridiculous.
liquid you're putting in your dishwasher made of? It's got tons of endocrine disrupting chemicals in there, turning you into
Jesus fucking
Soap?
Christ,
A
Rob.
My
Nancy
soap?
Stop.
boy, turning
Woke
you
zombie.
into a
Stop
Nancy
it.
boy.
Yeah. So hang on. You model yourself
That
after Ted
lady does
Kaczynski even to
not
the
like
point
you
where you're
at
wearing
all.
sunglasses. All you're missing is a hood, right? That's
I'm
it.
wearing sunglasses because
That's it. But you're saying that
that's a
I'm
fake
that hang
drawing
on
of
that
him.
I'm enslaved by some like chemical compound in my brain.
That's a fake drawing of him. I'm not wearing glasses because of Ted Kaczynski. Get your mind right, son.
That shit was a funny joke, and you
That's
should have
not a
just
fake
laughed.
drawing of him.
That
It was,
shit was
it was
a
actually
funny
drawing.
joke, and you
It
could
was
have
a
just
drawing
you
made
could
by
have
a
just laughed.
forensic. Hold on, I know something for
Narcissist
once, guys.
joke.
I have a fact. Chill.
Andrew Wilson.
Like I get
like
to look
talking to
smart
you,
for a
brother,
second.
man.
Calm down, Rob Zombie.
And I like talking to
So
Fred.
actually, the drawing, it was an eyewitness account. They saw him through the window when he was leaving a package on the pavement. Right, he walked away, and they saw him, and he was wearing a hoodie and sunglasses. So
Yeah, but they drew the mailman. They drew the delivery man. They got the wrong guy.
no, it was actually him.
That's
Look it
not
up.
what I heard.
Well, that's what I just watched.
Well, hang on. How's he going to look it up? He's
Listen,
going to have to use technology to look it up. Come on.
What a fat.
Yeah,
what
we've been through this.
idiot.
I'm not against technology.
No, I'm not. Listen,
Almost said
listen.
that
I
Maybe
don't
you didn't
look
catch
my
that in the
mouth
debate. We
often.
had a
When I
whole
do, it's
debate,
either
and
to
you
just
didn't get that. I'm not against
it's
technology.
it's
You
either
didn't
to
hear
be
that.
debaucherous or like just ridiculous. But when I spit a fact, you better believe that like I've got video fucking record of that shit.
She's
You
spitting
better
fact,
believe
yo.
that shit.
Well, you better. Okay. Now that we've met,
All right. Well, I got to get going, guys. Thanks for letting me come on your show and yell
Andrew,
at
you
you.
suck.
And
Thank you for
yeah,
being here.
All right.
Oh
Well,
man.
thank you for dropping by.
So I don't know where that
you're
part
welcome.
was.
I didn't even know that this was happening, but Ashley sent.
Swan.
Sad Jumbone.
Map of the societies in the standard cross-cultural sample. To me, an extreme degree of separation between the sexes would be essentially that like men and women society
Specific. So if it's maladaptive, it means that we're doing things which are contrary to our nature.
maladaptive. So
Okay, okay. We're doing things that are contrary to our nature. Okay.
Right.
Well, if I could just synthesize some of the topics that have been presented here. First of all,
that is a great like way to like.
Okay, here we go.
slide
This is
into
the
the
part.
conversation.
This is the part. 2:15:49. Oh yeah, this is the part.
That lady didn't really contribute anything, if I remember anything of
Well,
value.
she brought this fucking loser to the show, so she contributed.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
So
That's
so
basically
she had a
the
pretty
extent.
major contribution. She's the siren that brought this fool. And but
It would,
Yeah,
hold
at
on
a
one
cost,
second,
though.
for the layman's terms, for the lowbrow audience out there
Okay,
like me.
we found the part, folks. Welcome to the introduction of my show. This is the part I'm looking at technology and liberalism, the link between those two things. We're developing them into one single complex on the show, The Machine Lies. This is not a regular episode of The Machine Lies. This is a show that we're doing on the Cyber Caliphate, right? So go to the channel Cyber Caliphate, right? Check that out because this show will only be available on that channel. Right. I have two channels, one called The Machine Lies, the other called Cyber Caliphate. Right. And here's the link to that channel right here. Right. Let me put that up on the screen. Right. Okay. So, as I said, we've been for a long time discussing the link between technology and liberalism, the idea brought forward by Jacques Ellul that liberalism is on its deathbed and the technological system is basically its executioner. Right, so we developed it into one complex, as I've said, techno-liberalism, right? And we're basically tracing its advances in Western Europe, right? So here I am talking to a conservative influencer, right? One of the top ones, right? And asking him why he's actually tacitly supporting liberal ideals, right? Okay, so let's check it out.
I would assume that maladaptive means,
and of course, very dishonest response that he gives.
Not very adaptable. It's incapable of adapting or not apt to adapt.
And
Yeah, well,
so
or it's just working outside of our nature. That's all it means. So like,
Maladaptive. What
yeah,
does
so
it
our
mean?
nature, so
What
a man's
using
nature
like
and a woman's nature is specific. So if it's maladaptive, it means that we're doing things which are contrary to our nature.
maladaptive. So
okay,
in
okay, we're doing things that are contrary to our nature. Okay.
Right.
Well, if I could just synthesize some of the topics that have been presented here. First of all,
That is a great like way to like slide into the
well, first of
conversation. I
all,
love
one of
it.
the friends, thank you,
If I
but
could just
but
if
yeah,
I could just slide right in here and
if I
talk
could
about
just
this shit.
slide right in, but yeah, but one of the things he was saying was that there's been a technological movement that technology has made communications between the sexes in the modern age worse. Now, I think I see through this statement that there has been a considerable amount of monoculture and liberal ideology foisted upon us through the use of technology and through the pervasiveness of technology. It's pushing a secular culture, it's pushing a liberal agenda that Andrew Wilson and other people like his wife and other people are
My
very
God,
vocal.
you went right for the fucking.
No,
you
they're
went
very
straight for the-
vocal. They're very vocal about this agenda. They keep having debates about this liberal agenda that's being pushed through the mainstream. Yet they're saying, paradoxically, that this very same stage of liberal values and technology is going to lead us into some kind of cultural renaissance. I just don't fucking understand.
Well, that's because the reason you don't understand is because you're fucking
because
lying.
it doesn't
That's
fucking
why you
make
don't
sense.
understand. Yeah, because you're lying about the position. That's why it doesn't make sense.
Well,
so when you lie about it, when you lie about a person's position,
no, if you want to
it's-
sit here, if you want to sit here and call me an accelerationist,
you
then
are an
maybe
accelerationist.
maybe you should stop
Okay, wait, hold
lying
on,
about
hold
other
on,
people's
hold on,
positions.
hold on.
You
Wait,
just pigeonhole
it's serious.
people,
I'm serious.
and then you claim that I'm the one doing that. You just said that.
Well, you are doing it.
You just said that the current age of technology is going to lead to a
Definition
cultural
of time.
renaissance.
No, I
literally came out of your
didn't
fucking
even bring
mouth.
up the word technology for renaissance, dude. You're just making shit up.
So when
we could have a renaissance against technology. You know what I mean? Like you don't know.
So when we're talking about technological collapse, why then do you shift the topic to cultural renaissance?
What is an accelerationist?
Do you not see that those are two different things?
What is an accelerationist?
So an accelerationist is somebody that is trying to hasten a collapse that they think is imminent. So an accelerationist is going to like vote for whoever they think is the craziest person in hopes that like basically that this person wins. And so
like an anarchist?
Yeah, like, or you could view an accelerationist as like an accelerationist thinks that a certain thing, that disaster of some sort, that basically like a breakdown of the current system should happen. So we need to speed it up. We need to do whatever we can to make things worse.
Which would be greater for the overall, like overall, it would be greater for the. What am I trying to say?
Yeah, it's like it's an extreme form of the ends justify the means.
So they think if you think a building is rotten, instead of rebuilding the building, it's better to kind of doze it down and then build something new in its place. That's what an accelerationist would think.
Yeah, and that's not what I think. So I'm not an accelerationist.
He just told him what it is, and then he again misrepresented it. Right? Instead of building something better in the place of something that's already there. Like what? No, that's not accelerate. That has nothing to do with it. Right? It comes from postmodernism. Obviously Deleuze and Guattari. Capitalism and schizophrenia. Yeah, it's crazy stuff that he wants to pin that on other people, right? But actually, the idea with Nick Fuentes and the other guy, right? Let me actually pull that up, right? With the Christian futurism, right? Because this is a whole new bag of tricks here, right? Obviously, we had the but did we have the clip where Wilson admits to using liberal principles? I think we did that already, right?
Oh yeah, when he's talking to Neil.
Yeah, when he's talking to Neil, we did.
Yeah, we did that the other day.
We did that a few shows ago. All right, so we've already covered so much ground on these shows, right? Okay, so we had Wilson admitting that he uses like Saul Alinsky, like rules for radicals, and Marxist tactics and all of this type of stuff, right? So that was pretty huge. right? Man, what was I just gonna look up?
Fuentes.
Oh yeah, Fuentes, Christian futurism, right? Let me see if I could look this up real quick. Yeah, yeah. Welcome, Andy. I've seen you elsewhere, so I assume you're.
Yeah, we
Okay,
just
yeah.
bumped into each other at that other chat.
Yep.
I don't remember.
Talcott.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I assume some people are here from Talcott. Blessings to the people that are here. Let me look up this Christian futurism thing. Nick Fuentes is right about Christian futurism. Here's why.
What the fuck is that?
Oh yeah. You know, and actually, in the talk with President Sunday, right? The dude, in the talk with President Sunday, Andrew Wilson started adopting the term Christian futurism, right? So we did an entire show on it, right? Because I was triggered, right? So immediately I started spurging about this term Christian futurism, right? Because it reminded me of like the movie Johnny Mnemonic or some shit. And I was like, oh my God, this is some dark level shite, right? But yeah, also Gothic futurism, you know, from Ram LZ, the famous graffiti artist. I don't know if you guys are aware, but yeah, check this out. Uh-oh, we got the wheel of doom.
Satchel,
Son of a biscuit-eating bulldog.
Son of a beach nut.
Because Jesus Christ was our past.
Hold on there.
Because Jesus Christ was our past before any of us were born or conceived. Jesus Christ is our present now, and Jesus Christ is our future after we die on earth.
In this video, I will explain why Nick Fuentes is absolutely right about Christian futurism. The conflict of modern Christianity. One of the main problems of modern Christians is that they long for the past. Many people think that the past is better because they are dissatisfied with the current state of Christianity. Meanwhile, some experts point out that modern society is in decline due to the loss of Christian values. Today we live in a much more competitive society where individuals look out for themselves rather than for others. Gone are the days when the common citizen followed the teachings of the Bible and sought to help others.
Right. So the whole question is can you adapt yourself to the modern world without sacrificing you know, key Christian principles? Right now, already they're saying that you got to look out for yourself and all this. That doesn't sound like, you know, it sounds like it's already going in an unchristian direction, right? Just with that, like, if the principle you're going to use to adapt yourself to the modern world is that, oh, hyper individualism, right? But all of a sudden, you know, you have to adapt yourself to the modern world through Christian values. It's looking pretty bleak there, right? So already in the video, it seems like she's having to compromise some of her Christian values, even some of the Christian systems.
like trying to put a round peg in a square hole or something.
Well,
Yeah.
it's definitely, I would say it's definitely coping at the bare minimum. Like, it's like coping with the fact that you can't really hang on to this. So it's like, okay, well, if we can't hold on to it fully, looking at the past, well, what can we do now that we're totally screwed, essentially? And he's like, so it's like, you know, it's basically, I mean, in my opinion, it seems like it's like a weird coping session or something. You know, you have struggle sessions for the communist and cope sessions for the woke right. You know?
Yeah, Andy, did you have something to contribute?
I think a lot of people, sort of. I think sometimes people try to paint Christianity out like it's suffering or something. I don't really think anything has changed with the numbers very much. I think that a lot of just as many atheists are going back to Christianity as Christians are leaving the faith. Maybe not just as many, but it seems like it's pretty equal to me. And
I agree.
Christianity still seems strong to me. Like the Christian values seem.
Well, here
I
in
don't know about
America,
prominent.
here in America, we're kind of spoiled because we think that like, you know, the whole rest of the world is like was Christian and is now falling, but we're looking at a 500-year project of like changing the definition of what Christianity even is. So there's still a lot of Christian values, but it's just like totally mixed up with the modernist world. So, in my opinion,
Well,
it's like, you know,
even the Bible itself is. I'm getting a bad echo. Who is that? Is it me? Oh,
I think it might be Neuro.
Yeah,
I'm muted.
It seems fine now. Yep.
Okay. But I almost forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, I don't remember.
You were
what
saying
we
something in the
talking
Bible. You were saying something in the Bible about the definition of Christianity.
Oh yeah, I just think that Christianity, even now, is sort of just based on tradition, really. Like if it's a sensitive subject, I guess. I don't think that there's really very good reasons for deciding which books are canonical and which books are not canonical. Like people pretty much just rely on Constantine's decisions for that, and like Irenaeus's decisions. But I think that I'm not saying to leave the faith or anything. Like keep your faith, keep your religion, keep your attachment to God and your belief, but maybe reassess the Bible and decide for yourself what's true and false.
Yeah. Yeah. So I could point out some interesting problems here because one problem is that Christianity needs to be adjusted to modernism. This fact they mentioned in the first 49 seconds of this video. They said, secondly, the modern world has made people increasingly individualistic. So they said that, so I think proceeding from that, they're going to think that in the future, Christians need to adapt themselves to the modern world by seeing how the modern world has changed human psychology. Right. So now, what's interesting about that is that Christianity, right, is linked to modernism in the following way, right? Christian and European civilizations have been the most modern civilizations on the planet Earth. For example, Michael Shermer and Sam Harris and others have pointed out that Islam is a motherload of bad ideas. It's the last culture on Earth to reach the Reformation. That it's not modern, right? That it needs to become modernized, right? And that they say that basically Islam is in the modern world with Bronze Age values, right? So this is the problem, right? So the fact is that Christianity is the foremost culture in the world, adjusted to modernism, so much so that people like Jordan Peterson and Richard Dawkins are referring to themselves as cultural Christians, even while not following Christianity. All right. So this is what's very, very interesting set of events. And
that's funny you should say that. Actually, I kind of, to some really loose extent, still identify as a Christian, even though I don't believe in God or Jesus.
Right. Exactly. Right. So that's what's so interesting about it, is that you have your nominal Christians. Right, you have, for example, you were on a Luma Dummies panel, right? I've asked a Luma Dummy so many times, what kind of Christian are you, right? And he's like almost refused to answer the question, and right, so and he just started being Christian at some point during these panels, all right? So
the fake kind.
Yeah, yeah. So so I get the picture that he's a nominal Christian, right? Pushing nominal Christian values, right, against other nominal values, and I sense that that's what Nick Fuentes is too, as we'll see in a minute. Right? He's promoting Christian values in public, but in private, he's looking at T-porn and all sorts of other stuff. But yeah, go ahead, Nero.
Yeah, well, I mean that's kind of the whole battle of a lot of this, anyways. Is basically like, what is Christianity, and what's the definition of all these terms of modernity, all this. And frankly speaking, most people are either too dumb or unwilling to even define their terms. And so, really, these terms, like I said many times, and I'll say it again now, people basically just they hear some words and they can paint whatever they want onto it. And if people are either intellectually or spiritually lazy, then that's going to be taken advantage of, and that's kind of what the way I would look at it with all this. Like, what is Christianity? What is modernity? What is all this? And most people just don't know. You know what I mean? And they don't care to know. It's like, you know, it's a label. It's a label that they just put on things. It's just a label they put on things, you know. So.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, and I think that maybe people, because I think that when you believe something and you want something to be true, you'll make it true. You'll find evidence, and you'll convince yourself that the evidence is valid, regardless of how ridiculous it is, because you want it to be true. And I think that a lot of Christians do that for the Bible. They kind of paint their own narrative that they want Jesus to say, or they want, you know,
Yeah,
they're uncomfortable.
and just to be clear, I'm not picking on Christianity. I think every faith at the present moment is susceptible to this. I'm sure that
Oh
Islam and
yeah,
Hinduism and all these things are, but Christianity has a particular, you know,
yeah,
spread due to the
Islam,
modernity and the culture and stuff.
I
modernity and
really,
technology are forcing them to,
yeah, I would agree to some
whether they
extent.
like
You're
it or
probably right
not.
about that. Yeah, and I think that I'm not talking about all Christians either. Like there are some extremely conservative Christians, and there are you know really honest Christians who are, you know, they want the truth, regardless of how bad it hurts about the Bible. If you know, regardless of what the church says, if it's at odds with the church or whatever. Like I have a friend of mine, A's philosophy. He runs these sort of debates all the time too, and he's probably one of the more open-minded Christians that I've ever met. I like him. Yeah, I think that the Bible has been bastardized.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you say open-minded Christian as a positive thing, and it's one of the only sort of Christians that I mean, Christian is almost the only religion where you could say open-minded as a positive thing, right? Where you know, if you go
Yeah,
to any other religion, right, open-minded, like that would be detrimental to whatever the project is of the religion itself, right? So it's really interesting. I mean,
Well, that's kind of the problem with secular Christianity again, because it's like you can just take the definitions, interpretations, you know, and concepts and morality and just decouple it from all the values that were intended to be transmitted via Christianity, right? So it's like it could become a, you know, make it as you want kind of, you know, DIY religion cult essentially, right? So
yeah, the
yeah,
Che brother Che. Judaism is pretty open-minded too. Fair enough.
yeah, I agree. Or maybe Jews themselves, not the religion. The religion isn't very open-minded, but the Jews themselves that practice today are actually really cool people. In fact, half of my family is Jewish.
And that's been the chicken or the egg problem for most of the things. That so much so that people like Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson are they've assimilated the term Judeo-Christian. Obviously, historically speaking, it's an oxymoronic terminology,
Yeah, it's
right? But
redundant.
yeah, it's I don't know. I don't think it's redundant. I think it's more oxymoronic than it is redundant. I mean,
Well, wouldn't all Christians be Judeo-Christian
I don't think so.
by default? Maybe I
No, I
just
don't think so. I think
misunderstand the
Christianity.
definition.
No, I think Christianity basically rejects Judaism, right? As far
Right,
as I understand it, and then if you look at Europe for centuries, you know, they were basically excluding the Jews from all sorts of
oh yeah,
political
I
situations.
agree with that. I guess then this comes down to interpretation, I guess, and also which books you accept as true or false. But um, in 3 of the 4 Gospels, Jesus doesn't claim that he's actually God. It's only in the Gospel of John that he claims he's God. And man, I can't seem to hang on to my thoughts. I had a point and I lost it. So
that's the demons talking to you.
they're trying to, yeah, motherfuckers.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, I get what
I'm
you're saying
sorry.
with the Gospels. You know, we kind of talked about that on Jack's show about the the three gospels, and then John's a little different. You know, so
Yeah.
there is that aspect to it. But you know, the other three gospels still pretty much say, you know, if you say to yourselves, we're the children of Abraham, you know, out of these stones, God can make new children of Abraham. You know, in the mouth of Saint John the Baptist, right? So yeah, it's pretty interesting. You know, a chain of events is still pretty much you know, still pretty harsh towards the Jews, I would say, right? The collective
Oh yeah.
understanding. Yeah.
I agree. It is harsh towards the Jews, but I think that uh, John was probably written by more than one person. It seems like because there's like a large portion of the gospel that is like not harsh to the Jews, and like it almost seems neutral towards the Jews, or even borderline like positive towards the Jews. And then there's just like this night and day switch in one of the chapters where he just starts shitting on the Jews. I don't know if that's even true, but I'm certain that a lot of scholars hold the position. I've heard 2 and 3 different authors for the Gospel of John, but I do think that there were 2 authors for the Gospel of John. Maybe like the first part was written by an actual apostle or something, and then like that second part was added on, you know, pseudepigraphically or something maybe. Because like we have that verse from John or whatever about the woman from Cana, you know, where Jesus, the adulterous woman, and Jesus, they're like, what do we do with her? You know, Moses said to kill her.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, that was interpolated. But yeah, it's not but yeah, what's interesting is the manuscript evidence. You have to go to the manuscript evidence then, and I just actually, you know, have not really looked into the manuscript or the archaeological evidence as much as just the text itself. I mean,
Yeah.
so yeah.
There's so
And in
much
that
to it.
yeah. Yeah,
It's
but
like
I
a
have 2
never-ending
books.
rabbit hole.
Yeah. Yeah, I have 2 books I'm reading on that. But yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's interesting. But here, you know, for modern Christians, it's just important enough to note that there's a cultural Christianity, there's Christian atheism, and cultural Christianity, and these are being promoted, right, by you know, basically liberals who are now you know, posing as conservatives, and that's the main thing that you know, I think that this is, you know, and you could see in the design of this video, right, she's already basically saying, look, we're gonna have to make some compromises, right, to modernism, and so we can establish a futuristic Christianity, right? So
And they got a chick with purple hair and fucking Kurt Cobain praying.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A black chick with purple hair too.
Right.
We got to have some, you know, it's got to be ethnic as well.
Right.
Despite this, Nick Fuentes believes that we should stop looking at the past and start looking at the present and the future because they are what we have. We cannot travel back in time or return to Constantinople, but we can build new cities and spread our faith to every corner of the planet. This is one of Nick Fuentes' most powerful spread our faith
What the hell?
every corner of the
Is that EBT? The hell's going on here? I'm in that. It's weird.
planet.
The
This is one of
brainwashing
Nick
you.
Fuentes' most powerful reflections. Getting stuck in the past is not beneficial for the Christian community. Modern problems require modern solutions, so we must look to the future. Jesus Christ is our past, present, and future. Even if Christian values are being lost, we can prevent that from continuing to happen. But to do that, we must be more united than ever to make this the most Christian century in history. Think of all we could do with the power of technology and the internet to expand our faith.
See, there we go. Right, and that's exactly what I was asking the Andrew fellow, right? How is the vehicle of destruction the same as a vehicle of salvation? Because the fact is that the Tower of Babel, one man's hymns became another man's curses. You know, to quote Jacques Ellul, Cain was the first builder of cities. Right, so
Checkmate, Christians. Technology has you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Christians have been checkmated. by technology, right? So it's interesting that they've now assimilated into the system. They're saying, no, we have to use the same means that are, basically causing a lapse in the message to then, spread the message. But obviously, what does Christ say? He says, no, simplify, gather in small communities, choose a life of simplicity, right? Don't follow the ways of the world. And so, yeah, it's interesting.
Our forefathers did a titanic feat carrying the word of God to the earth's darkest corners with nothing more than the aid of their feet. But
Wait. So why would you? She kind of contradicted herself there, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's like,
like
wait.
in less than a minute.
Yeah, it's like, wait, how much technology do you need to live a good life? Pretty weird, isn't it? She's like, well, all you need is your 2 feet to go preach the truth. It's like, well, why do you need all this technology then? Pretty weird.
Exactly.
But now, things are different. We can access vehicles.
And that's why, because now things are different. It's all different now. There's no going back, right? So, all we got is the future. And the future is all we have, right? And that changes our perception of truth and morality, and also the ethical domain, right, according to these people, right? So, seems like she's been infected with the bug, technological determinism. Whoops.
I was just thinking about what you said about potentially liberals pushing this agenda of atheistic and secular Christianity. That seems like that could easily blow up in their face if that's true, and it is being pushed by the liberal agenda or whatever, the far left extremists. That seems like that could just be a stepping stone for a lost atheist to become an actual Christian.
Yeah, or for a conservative to become a nihilist.
Yeah, that too.
Planes and ships capable of crossing the seas, and we can use the internet. God has given us the tools to continue to evolve and bring words of hope and love to others. We should not look at the past with sadness, but feel grateful for all it has allowed us to achieve and use it as our engine to drive us toward a better future. What wonders could the modern Christian achieve with all the tools we have? How many people could we help? In the Bible, Jesus is called the first and the last. He is from eternity past, and we await his glorious return. Therefore, Christianity was always meant to look forward to the future. Misinterpretation of the Bible. Many people think that the Bible was written to keep people down or make them
It's
feel
your
morally superior to
millenarianism.
others. However, the Bible speaks of how all have sinned and we all need to seek God and his forgiveness.
Yeah, that was wild, wasn't it?
What?
Eternity past, and we're waiting for him to come back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like quasi-millenarianist interpretation, right? Christianity was always meant to look forward to the future. And, weird.
Yeah, that's. I guess that could be interpreted as true depending on what sort of Christian you are. If you're a preterist, I would say Judgment Day already came. But if you're not a preterist, it would seem like the future is the most important part of Christianity.
How would you square that one? Because the resurrection happened in the past, and then that's eternal, right? So
yeah, the resurrection forgives all the sins, but Judgment Day is when the loyal followers, Judgment Day is when the whole world gets converted to Torah observance, and all the loyal followers get to actually go to the kingdom of God.
yeah, but what happens to the other people?
They get the sword.
Exactly. And what happens to the world?
Goodbye.
Exactly. So the apocalypse, it seems not very futuristic if you get my drift, Jimmy.
Yeah, well, it's the end. But if
Yeah,
it's in our
exactly. Right.
future,
Like what's a
like there's
the end
no
is not
future.
not a very
Yeah, there's no.
promising future at that. Even.
Well, yeah, no future after that. But then you have eternal life after that in heaven. Like the future is just not Earth unless you
Yes,
fucked up.
but see, this is what I'm getting at is they're talking about future on Earth. That's why
Right,
it's
they're
weird.
trying to like use it with technology or something. I guess is what they're saying.
Yes, exactly. So that's what's really. I mean, yeah, they did do that. But yeah.
I could. I don't know. I'm always a person that tries to see the good in everything. So I'm like trying to give them the benefit of the doubt and imagine like, okay, like how could technology be used to like truly grow Christianity? Maybe they're onto something. I don't know. I'm probably dumb.
It may sound contradictory, but I think preterists are still futurists in the sense that they don't think that everything has passed, So they're still looking for Jesus to come back to finish up the rest of it.
Oh, okay. I didn't. That's my bad. I didn't know that. I thought that they thought everything was completed already. I didn't realize that.
For instance, we have a gentleman that comes on the show every once in a while who is a partial preterist, where he says that we're in Satan's little season for right now, and then that will pass soon, and then Jesus will come back. So I mean, whereas the apocalypse and all that happened at 70 AD or whatever he'll say.
Yeah.
That's the preterism part, but they still are not in in the new heaven and in the new earth yet.
So they think that. Wait. So they think the messianic age starts after the 1,000 years of shackling of Satan or something, or during.
They think the messianic age is already passed.
Oh, right.
The
Okay.
1,000 years is
We're
already
talking
passed.
about the kingdom. Yeah, the kingdom. My bad.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we covered like every weird theory on this show at this point. I mean, you know.
That's awesome, though. That's cool that you do that because that's how you get a really clean, like you have a really big data pool, so you're bound to get a better answer.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's definitely true at this point. But yeah, yeah. So yeah, we've actually covered lots of range of topics on this very stream, and actually we'll be ending with some of the Nietzsche and the Julius Evola, as is customary. And we're on the second chapter there of Beyond Good and Evil. I'm pretty sure. I hope I didn't skip anything, man. Beyond Good and Evil, yeah, man. I'm pretty sure. But you know what? Let me see what this is about, man. Oh, okay, yeah, chapter 2. Yeah, I'll look it up. Oh, yeah, definitely. Chapter 2 we're on. Beyond Good and Evil. The Free Spirit. Yeah. So yeah, we'll check that out. Julius Evola, we'll check that out. We're on like chapter 5 or 6 of that one. Ride the Tiger. Right. So yeah, blessings. Yeah. Yeah, we actually break down entire books here. I mean,
No
and
way.
yeah, so that's more actually what we're doing here. I mean, is like we're breaking down like primary source material. We did a lot of specials on like the Bible and stuff. You know, I wrote a
Yeah.
book on the Bible. You know, actually, I mean, it's like
No
400
way.
pages long. Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'll totally read it if you
Oh
have like
yeah.
a PDF.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you send me an email, I can send you a PDF. It's free. I mean, right? definitely. But yeah, I wrote a 400-page book on the Bible. You know, I'm working on a second book right now on the topic of technology, right? And then maybe a third book on the mythos of mechanos and science and all that type of stuff. So I'm trying to work on a few different things right now. But yeah, let's check out some of this shit and then we'll see where it goes. This is the stupidest video I've ever seen, really, so far. But yeah, we'll see where it goes.
All right.
Forward to the future. Misinterpretation of the Bible. Many people think that the Bible was written to keep people down or make some feel morally superior to others. However, the Bible speaks of how all have sinned and we all need to seek God and His forgiveness. Jesus is our perfect example of conduct when He walked the earth. He extended His grace and forgiveness to every single person He encountered, no matter what choices they had made in the past, present, and future. It is our responsibility to follow in Jesus' footsteps. We must forgive others as God has forgiven us. If we cannot forgive ourselves, we will never be able to forgive others. And if we do not look for a better future, can we consider ourselves Christians? As Scripture says, Galatians 5 verse 14, for the whole law is fulfilled in one word, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Going.
Okay. So that has nothing to do with the future. Yeah, I'm just gonna cut this video off. This lady's stupid. You know, yeah, that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And then she went and followed that up with, "You can't go back to the past." It's like, why? It's like that was written in the past.
Yeah, the whole religion is in the past.
Like, what the fuck?
That is
Yeah,
weird.
it was a whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah, definitely a nothing burger. But yeah, so let's go to Fuentes here. Obviously a T-Pron watcher. I mean, gay boy. I mean, and obviously the fact is that him and Sneak and Glow are going to Kanye's house. So obviously they're going there to be honeypotted and cucked, as they were talking about in that other video and all that type of stuff. So it's kind of weird stuff. You know, they're going to a Diddy party. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, but
Yeah, who's
yeah,
gonna be the new Diddy?
probably this dude Kanye.
Jeez.
Sheesh.
Collaborators in the online sphere experienced a public falling out in late 2024. Their feud became evident when Fuentes mocked Sneako's temporary ban from the streaming platform Kick during a live stream. The tension escalated when Sneako declined to participate in a podcast featuring Fuentes, labeling him a racist clown and criticizing his behavior. But they were both ended up on a room in Spain on Kanye West's house, and they start to argue each other.
To me, it's a question of duty. It's like you say, truth or funny. I feel like.
And I don't think I compromise that, and you act as if I will.
That's my perception of it.
I haven't seen any valid points of where you think I compromise.
I mean, those things like you not doing the debate with Myron or the show with Myron.
Which we both agreed was a waste of time.
I think it should have been restructured. Because I told Myron, having 4 people.
So look at this. The debuts online. Right? They're being set up in advance.
Yep.
Right? Totally fake debuts. Right? They're being set up based on this guy has this algorithm, this guy has this algorithm. This is gonna be good for your career. I mean, all right, my StreamYard's crashing. I'll be right back.
Oh, the wonders of technology.
God damn it. Fucking computer.
That video seemed kind of weird though. Like he's just standing there in a corner.
Who, Nick Fuentes?
Yeah.
He's just a weird guy in general.
to say the
I don't
least.
I don't know how I feel about that guy, but he kind of like makes my skin crawl every time he talks.
Yeah, I never really followed him. So I you know, other than I guess what Machine has showed on the show.
Word. Seems like a pretty cool show. You guys seem like you get into a little bit of everything.
Yeah, this is the regular type of show that I do. This is just one that I started recently. But yeah, usually it's a lot heavier topics. This is just something I'm doing just mainly to promote the other channel, but because we keep getting banned on the original channel, so it is what it is.
Huh. For what, language or something?
No, it's like a bunch of made up shit. But
Oh.
They were both ended up on a room in Spain on Kanye West's house, and they start to argue each other.
To me, it's just a question of duty. It's like you said, truth or funny.
So what I was saying is that these guys are, you know, at one end it seems like they're making independent choices, right? Where to appear, and they're streamers and they're influencers and they have these opinions and stuff, but it's decided in advance who they're going to debate and appear with online, right? Even to the fact that all these people that they believe, you know, that they're like having, you know, disagreements with, you know, they're actually working with them, right, and promoting them, right? Like, for example, Andrew Wilson is promoting Destiny, right, when he has the debate with them, you know, so they're forming an internal group where they know that this is the guy I want to debate on the left, you know, and they're setting each other up, you know, to exchange audiences, and obviously they're getting paid by much larger groups in order to perform, right? So all of this so-called independent media is actually being structured top down, right? These people are working with people from Hollywood, right? These guys are at Kanye West's house having this conversation, right? So none of these people is like independent. They're actors that get paid by the media, right? And so are, you know, basically a lot of these panels are, you know, basically produced by companies that'll get you monetization. You know, they'll get you subs. They'll make you visible. They'll create your thumbnails for you. All sorts of stuff, right? They'll even get people on your show. All sorts of stuff. And many of these people already have money to dump into their online operation, right, from other stuff that they're doing. You know, so that's what's really going on out here. And none of this media, even the independent media, is actually real media. And most of the interactions we've had around these panels have been totally fake. So what does that tell you? You can't even have a real conversation around these panels.
I see a lot of that over at Jack Talcott's channel. A lot of people are coming there pretending to be friends with him so they can troll him on another channel.
Yeah, but if you go to their channel, it's the same thing.
I believe it, yeah.
So it's like, that's weird. It's like a network of people. Right? So it's kind of strange, right?
Yeah, Jack actually got accused of that yesterday or the day before. They asked him if that was what was going on.
Well, that's what's going on, is that they use Jack Talcott as a scapegoat for what they're all doing. So it's pretty obvious. Right? They've been doing that for 2 or 3 years. I mean, and they accuse him of creating fake drama when they're all doing it. They're using his show to do it and then blaming him for it. So it's pretty funny, right? The accusations and the nonsense, right? And then, right? Yeah, and obviously they structure audiences. You know, they get paid to do it. I mean, so, you know, it's not a mystery why, right? But yeah, these people are doing the same thing on a much larger level. You know, on a much larger scale. If that's happening around this area, then think about what's happening on these levels. Tons of gay ops, right? Like, even this conversation could be a fake conversation where they plan to have a fake feud so that in the public light, when they throw little jabs at each other, later they could release a video and get 1 million views. And they gave it to one of their friends so that his channel would blow up. So that's what's really going on out here. And none of this media is actually real media. So it's pretty obvious. So You never know, right? This is exactly what's going on, though. The type of stuff that's going on.
Compromise that you act as if I will.
That's my perception of it.
I haven't seen any valid points of where you think I compromise.
If you, I mean, those things like you not doing the debate with Myron or the show with Myron,
which we both agreed was a waste of time.
I think it should have been restructured. Because I told Myron, having 4 people agree, it's not going to be good content. Well, it's supposed to be called controlled chaos. I said, where's the chaos?
There's 4 people agree. Yeah, you should have been sitting on there with just different opinions. The show would have been you talking, and then me like once in a while.
Did you hear what he said? Said it's supposed to be controlled chaos. Fake ass disagreements, in other words. Crazy stuff,
Damn.
folks. Yeah,
Like
crazy stuff.
WWE.
Yeah. Here, hold on now. Let me see if we're still live or if we got totally taken off the internet. Yeah, we're still live on the Machine Lives. We're live on the other channel. Wow. I guess they just didn't like what we were talking about. Anyways.
While saying like I wouldn't even have contributed really.
Right.
Like we all, I don't think anyone can go to my. I think I'm vindicated because you guys can still do the show without me having.
Well, I told them, I said, we need to restructure it and bring on liberal guests. But the point is, I felt like back in November, whenever that happened, you did it not because you felt, you can say, oh, well, it was a bad idea. I agree. I don't think that's the reason you didn't do it. I think the reason you didn't do it is because you said this would be good for my career to do a show about Jews with Myron, Nick, and Elijah.
There's a lot of reasons. Like it's just not.
What are you acknowledging?
It's a bad idea because I don't have anything.
Did you hear that? It'd be good to do a show with Myron. It'd be good for my career to do a show with Myron about Jews and whatever. So these guys aren't against Jews or anything like that. They literally get paid by Jews to talk about the anti-Jewish stuff. Crazy stuff, dude. Because it's good for their career. They get propped up by the media to push anti-Semitic slogans so that anytime somebody in one of these low-level channels does it, they could fucking pop them for it. They're collecting information on people. But when they do it, it's for their career. It's crazy shit, folks. I mean, wild, for somebody to take, oh, you're doing a show about the Jews with this other anti-Semitic guy. And it's just for your career. Can you believe that, folks?
Makes you wonder who's paying.
Yeah, really. Who's paying these fucking clowns? Right?
Well, Kanye has a.
Whoops. Oh my God.
Yeah, Kanye does all sorts of anti J stunts for publicity. So maybe they're getting the same, so maybe it's the same guy writing their public stunts as well.
Well, just in the same way that Tim Pool was being paid by Russia for propaganda, it could be like Iran or the Saudis paying these guys.
Oh yeah,
to be anti-Semitic.
I mean, the Saudis do business with Israel, so.
Oh yeah, I guess I don't really know the relationship between the Saudis, but Iraq and Iran, for instance, they have big money. But they could easily shell out a couple mil to these idiots to talk about how much they hate Jews or whatever.
Yeah, but I think Iran is also working with people like Russia, so it's all crazy.
Yeah, they are allies.
Yeah. Like, for example, they were used to commit genocide in Syria.
Well, the thing is that Russia is, I would assume anyway, because of how, devoutly Christian they are, they're probably borderline anti-Semitic as well. Because Putin's kind of old school that way.
Yeah, I think the actual story is much deeper. I think, because if the Jays own the media, then who's getting paid to push anti-Semitism? Let me just put it that way.
Yeah, well, and it's never that black and white.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
they don't own the media. Like, the media is owned by everybody.
I mean, there's 6 major companies, and they're all run by Jays.
Yeah, maybe like the head of the company or something.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, let's just move on.
The show's not good. It doesn't help me. It doesn't push any conversation. It's not new. There's just no reason. There's no reason to do it. There's literally no reason to do it.
Okay, but you were pushing it, and then you determined it was a bad idea.
As I told you, like pushing it because Myron's excited about it, and he's always been loyal.
I just don't believe that. I mean, and maybe in your heart of hearts, that's the reason you didn't go through with it. But
So you would have preferred. So now we're looking back now. You said the show's bad. We should have done it. But you're looking back and said I should have done it even though it was bad because of what?
I'm saying you switched up, and it's convenient for you now to say, oh, well, I didn't do it because the show was a bad idea. But if the show was a bad idea, maybe you would have suggested, let's restructure the show. Let's bring on liberals. But you bailed on it at the last
Let's restructure the show, and let's bring on who? The liberals. Exactly. The controlled opposition. Controlled chaos. It's all about the Benjamins. Yeah, anyways, let's have a little musical break. And we'll be back in like 5 to 8 minutes or something like that. And then we'll go to Weinstein. We did a show last time on Eric Weinstein and a lot of his fake views that guy espouses. We'll look at him talk about Moldbug, and then we'll go to a presentation by Mencius Moldbug, who I believe is another controlled opposition punk. I mean, and basically, there's a lot of these kind of guys. They're techno accelerationists, right? They're conservatives. As Moldbug admits, his parents were part of the deep state, and also he is a Trotskyist turned neocon, right? And he describes the transition and why that's preferable state of mind. And obviously, these guys are crypto communists, John Birch Society types. And, so we've talked about a lot of that on the show. We did a series, Who They-ism. That's a series on Zionism. We did this series is basically about techno-liberalism, but it's, we're taking a look at the current media, right? And we're looking at the ideas with a fine-tooth comb there, right? So I just found that video on Christian futurism today, right? But yeah, we'll see what else is going on here. This is so yeah, we'll play some music and then we'll be back. Thank you guys.
You're welcome.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, thank you for being here. Reddington, of course, thank you for being here. To the people in the chat, I greatly appreciate your time and attention. All right.
This is a time of major change, and it's happening so fast that I don't think we can begin to comprehend it.
It's the dead. Spectre. This is the end, nigga. This is the end. The end, motherfucker. The hot roasted microphones, they getting cooked. Grease from the heat of the steam, good for books. Held tightly while positions change, take a look. Images distorting the mix, contain the rook. 5 times to say I don't play, don't need no hook. Open the throat, decontaminate every nook and cranny. Burning while holes all in your fanny. Release the beast under unsuspecting families. Darkness surrounds the populated area. Skin filled, sin filled with death makes me merrier. Than happy, hateful, ignorant, underprivileged. Hordes of whores infecting all the villages. Weapons fight from all sides, start the pillaging. Word, it's time to kill again. Yo, the beginning of the end of the beginning. It's the darkest soul who controls who's ever seen. The beginning of the end end of the beginning is the darkest soul who controls who's ever sinning. The beginning of the end of the beginning is the darkest soul who controls who's ever sinning. The beginning of the end of the beginning is the darkest soul who controls who's ever sinning.
The sickness ends all pain. What's the gain? What remains is the probe of the mind. Exclude the stain. The reign of 1,000 years into battle. Straddle tightly, hold fast the saddle. Paddle through the thick and the thin. The cardinal sin prompts the dark to react in the light. You never win when provoked. Feel the lyrical yoke. Then take a toke in the air. Unfair despair. You just a joke. When you smoke, you choke, you dope. There is no hope. Scar tissue be the issue from the berm of the rope. Feel the sin in the soap as it cleanses, diminish. Temporary conflict, mentally replenish. Draw feel souls control who holds our business. And now you're finished. Too many colors, the spectrum unpredictable. Faces of death never change, they just stay miserable. Whichever fact the fiction stay visible. Highly underrated while God remains the criminal. Punish, taking new doors into chambers. Rusty shackles are the makings of danger. Witness the skin from the bone, ripped like cloth from the seam of the stitching. Hear the shrieking and bitching as the rest prepare and wait. Others hope for release beyond the gate. Manifestate into fact, resume the fate. It's only soon that the truth will come too late. There's no repentance for the ones who fall from grace. Stand fast for the weak shall be erased. Like the dust in the dark will leave its face upon the earth. It was worse when there was light in the place. Cover your face. The beginning of the end of the beginning is the darkest soul who controls who's ever sinned. The beginning of the end of the beginning is the darkest soul who controls who's ever sinned. The beginning of the end of the beginning is the darkest soul who controls who's ever sinning. The beginning of the end of the beginning is the darkest soul who controls who's ever sinning. The beginning of the end of the beginning is the darkest soul who controls who's ever sinning. The beginning of the end of the beginning is the darkest soul who controls who's ever sinning. The beginning of the end of the beginning is the darkest soul who controls who's ever sinning. The beginning of the end of the beginning is the darkest soul who controls who's ever sinning. Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, Staten Island, Keys, in the house. It ain't about the bitch with a wig like she coming from China. Y'all front the rented Benzes with Avis on them, no breakfast. I'm going home, fuck Chelsea or diner. Let the guys with the chrome buckets expose the cups. Be your co-signer. I'm in your ass, man, close like your starter jacket liner. Dr. J Shopper, plug your asshole up with a tub stopper. Your wife's a New York City breaker. Your baby's mom is a pop locker. Know the metropolitan area, custodian nigga. Your sanitation worker, shit cleaner, floor mopper. Look down on the city with binoculars. Piss out of choppers. Defecate 80,000 feet in the air. I flip your small game, take your small urban territory, put the street in the air. My shit rise, increase like subway fare. Scuffle your dinner wear, your sneaker line ain't making it. I piss on 4 pair. You know the big head boy from the projects, retarded motherfucker. You know you be in child care, you better stay there. Your crew get picked up with shitty diapers from daycare. Your phobia's crib death. The top rappers receive hot dogs up their ass. They get F. Mark, flush the toilet, you shit next. Expand your stomach range with tummy pains. Shit in the back of your Bentley when it rains. Leave your wooden panels with shit stains. Roll the turds out the windows, watch them bounce in the carpool lanes. Hot 97, shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. Yo, where's the block at? They say 106 and Park is on. I'm mad, fuck it, it's on. I haven't heard a hard record in years. Everybody dancing, Harlem shaking, strip free naked, and put a poll up and watch the ratings go up. And if AJ steps, take his Jacob and slap off the makeup. I'm in the crowd like Lee Marvo with a sniper rifle, a hockey mask, a butcher knife. Yo, who knows what I'll do? They selling dreams with a rap battle. Look, you rappers are kids and rapping with a rap rattle. Nobody ever comes out. That's right. No 12 inches, no fires, no jets. Early retired, no links. No change, no videos, no briquettes. Don't speak. I'm getting Gwen Stefani's tossed up, selling pussy like every week. So don't fight me. You can hype me. Right. I'm liable to go out with a terrorist style. I'm liable to flow out with a terrible style. Viacom bought you. I'm out of here, nigga. I'm changing the dial. Hot 97, shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. Shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. No more cars and shit, we suicide bombers, nigga. Walk up in your radio station, we get gas from the gas station, nigga. You better ask public relations, blow out your DJ booth with hats on like motherfucking Dr. Seuss. No buckets, strictly bombs under the North Lake Goose. Thought you with acid, baby. We put it in your motherfucking orange juice. Fuck a turned up cap. How about a burnt up motherfucking baseball cap with a whack ass rap? We detonate with 3 sticks of dynamite through your turntable. Blow out your ass crack. You ain't the motherfucking pimp. You ain't the motherfucking Mac. We do this right. You gon' drink a daiquiri, or you gon' come back to me, or you gon' get smacked from me. Fuck around, look how you act to me, bitch. Hot 97, shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand. The shit expand over your Jacob, the diamond watch. The penis is loose, we piss in your hand.
Totally stoned at this point. But yeah, let me see what's going on with this video. Actually, I was supposed to look up Yarvin first with Eric Weinstein. So let me actually look that up first because that's a pivotal video.
You know, Eric Weinstein is one person that I think is among the people that you've listed off. I would say he's the most obvious to me that he's being paid to say things.
Oh yeah, total fraud. And who do you think he's being paid by? Well, obviously Thiel, right? And some other people, right? Have you looked at some of Thiel's work? His philosophical, sort of dick swinging recently. I mean, it's pretty interesting.
I'm not really sure because he seems to have more than one agenda. I think he might just be like a whore.
Thiel?
No, Eric Weinstein.
Oh, Weinstein. Yeah. Did you see his recent debacle with Sean Carroll?
It was fucking hilarious. I loved every second of it.
Oh yeah. That was actually very, very funny, very entertaining. So we covered that last time on the last show we did by the same title. right? So actually, you know what? Let me actually look up Piers Morgan, right? Okay, Piers Morgan and Kanye with Sneeko,
Oh
right?
my
Because
god.
because this is really stupid. Where I'll show you
Look,
partly what this
look at
nonsense
what
is.
Pierce Morgan has reduced himself to, by the way. Not that he was
Oh
ever
well, he
like
was
great.
always.
Yeah, but
He
I
was
mean, like
always that because
Kanye West and Sneeko, like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
we found out that actually Piers Morgan appeared on The Apprentice, and then he had Alex Jones on his show, right? And then obviously he had the entire debacle with Rabbi Shmuley and all this stuff. So he's been doing all this stupid, very
Yeah, I've seen it.
dramatic nonsense. I mean,
Dude, this guy's like 70 years old. What the fuck are you talking to Sneeko for? Like, what do you think you are, Jimmy Fallon or something?
exactly.
Lols.
Yeah, I call him Sneak and Glow. So yeah, just judging by his sneakers, Sneak and Glow. You know. So yeah. So here, this moment is just. I don't have the sort of spirit to watch this whole thing, but it's obviously that he got paid to just go 8 minutes into a 20-minute clip and just walk out or whatever
Oh my
dramatically
god,
or
they're
whatever.
sitting together. They're actually together, like in person.
It's
Kanye
the
and Sneeko.
stupidest. No, not only that, he speaks for him, right? And then he says he's not going to speak for him, but he does, right? It's so
Sheesh.
fucking. It's really corny and really corny moment. Obviously staged. Just watch how fake and gay this is, folks. You know, I mean, after we just watched with Nick Fuentes and totally saying let's create these fake debate panels. You know what I mean? Where maybe we'll bring on a liberal, we'll have controlled chaos and blah blah blah. But yeah, holy smokes, folks! So this is and I can't believe that there's 0 shows that are actually talking about any of this shit. You know, it's kind of weird, actually. This is
It
radio
is pretty
silence.
strange, yeah.
Radio silence all around the internet for some fucking reason. You know, right? That's not pointing
Or
out
if
the
there
obvious
are
fake.
if there are any other ones, they're getting shadow banned and whatnot too. They're getting fucked with.
Yeah, like where are our brothers? Please point us in the right direction. Where are the channels? Please. I mean, that even do this low level commentary, reacting to this stupid shit. I mean, good lord. But yeah, I only have the attention span really to watch like a minute of this before we move on to Weinstein talking about mold bug, and that'll introduce mold bug.
When your child was born, you take somebody that's living like a Lennon, a Michael Jackson, and you just
a Lennon, a Lennon or a Michael Jackson.
Yeah, that's a weird pair.
That's a weird pairing for sure. And it's weird that he didn't say anything like about him saying Lennon. Like, wait, Lennon. And not everybody thinks Lennon's a great guy, but all right.
take all this time to just like that nuance right there. It's idiotic. It just shows the hate that you put out for people that put love. There's so much love in the art that I
with
put
all
out.
due
There's
respect,
so many,
what are you talking about? I haven't said anything.
What are you talking about? It's dirty. Okay, now you're not taking accountability or responsibility.
You said you implied I haven't played your music. Of course I played your music.
No, sir. This is what you get for now. We can circle back when you can count.
Okay. Where's he gone, Sneeko?
That's it for Ye. But it's nice to meet you, Piers.
Where's he gone?
How did he know that? So he goes, that's it for him, by the way. So that was planned. Right? So he goes, yeah, it was nice to meet you. And now he's on now. Now Sneeko's on Piers Morgan. For some reason, he was just sitting there for no fucking reason at all. Apparently.
So that was a setup, probably.
Yeah, other than he's there to tell him that he's walked away. Really weird moment.
Like he wasn't even justified in walking away. It just seemed really out of place and strange.
The pause was
Kanye
very
has
strange.
a kind of history of walking off of shows, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but the pause was very strange on Piers Morgan's part. It was
Oh
very
yeah, I mean
telling.
it's still staged and all of it. It's just the history of staged events.
Very telling pause though. Look at how long he paused before he said it. Like, dude, they just like he didn't go like, what? Wait, hold on, Kanye, where are you going? He didn't do like that whole thing. He sat there stoically for nearly 5 whole seconds. It was extremely strange. Like it was 5 entire seconds before he was like, "Where's he gone?" It's like, what? Did you not just see what happened, dude? You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? And then so yeah, the following interaction is extremely strange.
This is what you get for now. We can circle back when you can count.
Okay.
Is he a robot? Look at him.
Might as well.
Where's he gone, Sneaker?
Look at him break. Okay, I wanted to point out, and I'm not like a body language expert, but right before he started speaking, he purses his lips, and then when he talks to Sneeko, his eyes hit the floor, which immediately everyone knows that means you're lying. So I think Pierce. It seems like Pierce feels like he's lying, just trying to ask Sneeko that question because his eyes immediately hit the floor as soon as he said it.
And then he basically admits like he asks him what happened, and he kind of pushes it a little bit, and then Sneeko's like, "Come on, dude, you know what's going on." Like he's like, "Are you serious, dude? Like why are you like, are you going off script? Are we going off script or what?" It's kind of like, what is it?
Yeah, that's it for Ye. But it's nice to meet you, Piers.
Where's he gone?
I think he's just going back to work. There's several things he's working on. I was
He's
not
going back to work.
aware he was
What's he just now
leave
doing?
like this, but it seems like he's upset about the.
So it's all just a game, is it? Is that the idea?
Followers.
It's all just a game.
I mean, life is a video game, is it?
I just wonder what the point of this exercise was. Was he supposed to do an interview or not?
Exercise.
You're supposed to do an interview, but I mean, the amount of Twitter followers, something like that, it's patronizing for no reason. You said his name incorrectly. You know his name is Ye. This is very public about that. Hopefully we could do it. I think this was good. We were prepared for a good interview. But
no way did you just say that.
What do you think I'm doing?
I think you were trying to patronize very intentionally by getting those two things, under his skin. Maybe it could have been about past interviews or because of what happened yesterday. But I mean, this information is not that difficult to get right.
Look at the slow zoom. The slow
Before
zoom
acting
in on
actor, I was
Sneeko.
delivering appliances.
Right.
That is so dramatic. It was like totally planned. Like as soon as he started saying that, they zoomed in like they knew it was going to be some big moment.
And he's like made to believe like, oh yeah, he did this because he like mispronounced his name.
You called him. You didn't call him Ye. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. He's like totally straight faced while he's saying it.
He also says that he may have been the greatest artist living today, and you mispronounced his name. He also says,
yeah,
what the fuck?
He's basically like Vincent Van Gogh.
Yeah, because he made like a couple of pop songs. Like, good lord! I mean, is that all it takes nowadays? Right? Like,
okay.
Yeah, like didn't one of the guys paint the roof of the Sistine Chapel, man? What the fuck?
Yeah.
And yeah, this is the greatest artist we have now in the world. Good lord, a guy who presses a few buttons, beep boop, and yeah, pop song.
Yeah, beep boop.
Yeah,
well, that goes to technology taking over.
Oh yeah.
That we're so degraded down to a bunch of pop songs as being the greatest.
Yeah, a bunch of Yahoo like weirdos like making getting paid to coom and produce nonsense art. I mean, good lord. And they're the jet set that they're basically used as crash test dummies to distract people from what's really going on. And I mean, is that about it, folks?
Pretty much.
Yay, and we got his Twitter following count wrong by 1 million, from 32 to 33 million. Also, for the record, you guys
33.
dicked us around yesterday, and you seem to find that very entertaining and amusing in your live stream, which I'm sure you will now. You kept all my crew in Spain and here waiting, and then wasted their time. And then you got us all back now, and you've wasted our time again. And you again may find that funny and entertaining, and that's fine. I don't. I think it's a total waste of everyone's time and effort and money.
Well, I mean, it is. I was ready for the interview yesterday, too. My time is important as well, regardless if it was wasted. We had to admit this is somewhat entertaining. This is going to be laughed at by many people.
There it is, folks.
Lols.
What's entertaining?
That was funny. That's undeniably walking off right into the beginning of an interview is funny.
Yeah.
So they're already meta. Oh, whoops.
Can laugh at Dillahunty walking off of the debate from.
Wilson probably paid him to create an internet moment. I mean, it's it's pretty.
Did you see? You guys watch Gnostic Informant or Misvision ever?
Yeah, they're total frauds.
Time to time.
Who, Gnostic Informant and Misvision?
Yeah, they're total fucking frauds, grifters, and total supporters of some very dark people, like Rabbi Tovia Singer, a total fraud. I mean, and other people, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, Elaine Pagels, another fraud, right? So yeah, I mean, yeah, I've seen them have really garbage shows, Myth Vision and Gnostic Informant. I'd love to have a conversation with them, or maybe ask them why they make such garbage content all the time, right? But yeah, none of what they say actually is relevant to. I've seen hundreds of their videos, and but yeah, definitely familiar with those guys.
That's an interesting take. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Anyway, I was watching a video from. Well, first, Myth Vision made a video about it, and then I believe the next day, Gnostic Informant and Myth Vision together kind of like recapped on it or like added on to the video or something.
Did you see him throw Robert Price, Dr. Robert Price, under the bus?
Who?
Myth Vision.
No, the opposite. I saw him do the opposite.
Yeah, years
a couple
ago.
of years ago. Years ago, yeah.
Pretty weird moment. Pretty odd moment.
That's what the video was a couple of days ago, though, that he released. He apologized to Dr. Richard Price. And
oh, yeah, he did, because you want to know why? Because Price gave this huge swimming thing,
Yep.
saying that he totally respects Zionism and the Jews and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. So now Myth Vision says, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Robert Price." Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
That's
but
pretty
my point about this was in that video, he kind of
because Robert Price himself apologized to the powers that be, right? And then so now they're all allowed on the media again circuit. So he's allowed on the main media circuit again. I think because obviously Myth Vision and Gnostic Informant are exactly as one of their names suggests, informants.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know about that, but
yeah, I think they're
video. But yeah, they might be. I don't know. I've always enjoyed their content myself, but
oh yeah, some of their stuff is interesting. It's definitely entertaining, but some of the people they have on is entertaining. But you could see some of their actions and some of the other people they collude with, and yeah, they're definitely weirdos, right? And some of their grift streams and some of the where they ask money for their followers for certain things. I followed them for an extremely long time. I mean, I even tried to communicate with the guy at Myth Vision, and it did not go very well.
Sad Jumbo.
Yeah, that's what started hinting me that he's not a real guy. He actually had on one of my greatest teachers, Dr. David Skrbina, because I told him about the Myth Vision channel. You know what I mean? And then Dr. Scribino went on there. So I literally like produced one of their fucking debates with my own fucking 2 hands. You mean, by the way, you mean?
That's awesome.
And yeah, but he's like, like no acknowledgement from him, but yeah, and then the Gnostic Informant, yeah, we gave a review of his conversation he had about his trip to Israel with Rabbi Tovia Singer, and it was extremely weird conversation. Me and Reddington were looking at it, and yeah, very strange conversation he had with him.
Yeah, calling Gnostic Informant sweetie and creepy shit like that.
Yeah, creepy conversations with Rabbi Tovia Singer, who looks like a blood drinking vampire because he's like sipping wine and he's got sharp teeth. And he's like talking about like the Talmud and stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, the Talmud is freaky. I did learn some things about the Talmud recently, though. That for like the entire time I've been learning about it have been completely like misinterpreted to me. Like the the thing about Rebecca being 3 years old or whatever. Like that was completely misinterpreted. Like I've heard people saying like, oh, like it's condoning, having it's condone. I can't remember even exactly what it says in the Talmud. Something to the effect of Rebecca being betrothed when she was 3 years old or something. Are you familiar?
Well, if you look at society's marriageable age, it's just not good. It's not pretty. It's not a pretty sight.
No, I know, but it turns out that like that concept of it like condoning marrying a 3-year-old was actually misinterpreted, and it was like a protection for like 3-year-olds that have been raped, and it's like so that it's like a protection for them, so that if that happens to them, it doesn't reduce their value for when they're sold to marriage, because like daughters were at that time were like cattle basically, and like you sold them to somebody for like goats or like fucking clothes or something. And so it was basically a protection law. So where if a girl that was, because these in the Talmud, they were basically like debates between different rabbis about really specific situations that the laws didn't really go into because they were so vague. That's like what the Talmud is like debating about the inner workings of these super vague laws. But yeah, in that instance, it was actually a protection for underage girls. They were disputing whether or not she should still have her whole value, because like being not a virgin reduces your value, obviously, when you're being sold to marriage.
Are you Jewish?
No.
Well, you said earlier
No.
that half his family.
Yeah, half my family is Jewish, and I'm like I have Jewish ancestry, but I've never been Jewish. Although I mean Christianity is like a sect
Yeah,
of Judaism.
I have Jews in my family too, so I'm just asking.
Yeah.
But yeah, but yeah, blessings. So, but yeah, let me see this see what's going on with this thing here. In terms of the Yarvin, yeah, Weinstein on Yarvin.
Oh man, this guy just drives me nuts.
The mold bug, eh?
What's weird is that he's talking about Moldbug, who's being promoted on like Tucker Carlson and all these other places, right? Being heralded as like a genius political theorist and all this stuff, and totally fake and gay. I mean, he's like it's like it's honestly bad. Right, it's like a gas station Wittgenstein, or something like that. Right, but yeah, Weinstein on the other end, he's been laughed off the block. Right, as a fucking quack.
Yeah,
for his
100%.
unified physics nonsense. Right, so
Yep.
so he's one to talk. As we've seen, so he's nobody to give recommendations at this point. Nevertheless, it's quite entertaining. One of them says a thing on CNN, a report on CNN where they're promoting, and I do mean promoting, Curtis Yarvin. It says anti-democracy blogger wants CEO to lead us. So what? There's so many blogs. Why the fuck would you make a story about it? All right. Really weird. I mean, right. Topic. Eric Weinstein on Curtis Yarvin. There's two of these. There's one where Curtis Yarvin reacts to the criticism. Hilarious. Okay, so we're going on quite an adventure here, folks.
Who is this Yarvin guy?
Well, I guess you're about to find out. We can't play the CNN video, but if you know about accelerationism, he's been promoted by Nick Land. Are you familiar with Nick Land?
Mm-mm.
And the work Fang Numina? What type of so you're just familiar with Bible stuff, huh?
Yeah, I don't really get it too much into politics.
No, that's cool. That's a significant topic that most people are very
Not just Bible though. I guess history would be the better word because I do like like the Bronze Age collapse. It was like a
that's
huge obsession of mine.
Yeah, that's huge. Yeah, that's huge. But like current like modern philosophy, right? They have this whole thing where Jordan Peterson has like wailed against the Freudo-Marxists, right?
Yeah.
So obviously Freudo-Marxism comes from a very specific place, right? It comes from Frankfurt, Germany, right? In the Frankfurt School, right? So you have this theory, but they barely mention those guys, the Frankfurt School thinkers, postmodernists, right? Theodoro Adorno, right? Deleuze, Guattari, who's the guy who went to Africa and got Gades,
Magic Johnson.
No. The guy with who's like power, he like debated Chomsky. Fuck.
Oh. I don't know.
Yeah, let me just look up. Let me just look this up. Yeah, there's obviously Leotard, there's Habermas, Lacan, Bataille.
Never heard of him.
Georges Bataille. Oh, this is the guy I'm looking for. Foucault. Yeah, that's the guy that went to Africa and got Gades. The gay guy, the gay French guy, right? But yeah, anyways, I mentioned most of the names now, right? In terms of postmodernism, right? And so postmodernists were in Germany, right? And they were reacting basically to Hegel and Nietzsche and stuff like that, right? So they were like, continuing the continental tradition as opposed to the analytical tradition in philosophy, right? There's a continental analytical divide in modern philosophy, right? So there's a bit about modern philosophy, right? But anyways, yeah, if you go to, Jordan Peterson, he's wailing against like the postmodernists and the loss of meaning and all these type of things. You know what I'm saying, right? So he's like positioning himself as like some sort of neoclassicist, right? But that's sort of misleading, right? Because then he's pushing conceptions like Judeo-Christian, and all this crap, and obviously Jungian philosophy and all this other stuff, right? Okay, so he's and anyways, he believes in basically liberal principles, right?
Jordan Peterson does?
Oh yeah.
Really? Is he a Christian?
Nope.
Why is he so gung ho about Christianity if he's not even a Christian?
He promotes Christian atheism as he did on the Joe Rogan show, right? So Christian atheism, or
really,
yeah, as I call it, cultural Christianity, right? I think Peterson and Dawkins. Have you seen the conversation between Peterson and Dawkins?
No.
It's really awkward. Okay, where he Dawkins basically pushes him on this question, and Peterson can't answer the fucking question. It's really, really odd, right? So it's an extremely painful conversation, right, to watch. I mean, that he just won't come out and say. Obviously, he's traveled to Israel and he supports Israel, and he says, get him Netanyahu and all this stuff. And he's worked for Ben Shapiro, but he's never espoused Christianity overtly. Right, he's always done so within a metaphorical, abstract poise. Right, and then finally on the Joe Rogan thing, he comes out. He says, "Well, it's actually Christian atheism or cultural Christianity that I espouse," and then he presses back on Dawkins. Right, and you can tell that Dawkins is very embarrassed having said that. Right, because when he asks him, "Are you a Christian?" and then Jordan Peterson says, "I don't." It's about this metaphorical shit, and then Dawkins says, "Cut the fucking foreplay," and then Peterson says, "Well, you said you're a fucking cultural Christian, so why don't you cut the fucking foreplay?" Right? And then the moderator says, "Well, it's getting really hot in here, and I think we should change the topic." So yeah, it gets really weird, but yeah. So there's a summary of those fucking weird events. And but yeah, let's go to this here. This weirdness with Weinstein. Talking about
Jordan Peterson just can't seem to catch a win.
Oh yeah, he's crying all over the place. He cried again on Piers Morgan. That seems staged as well. I'll have to say.
Yeah.
Seemed very stage event. I don't know if I think we were on Jake VO Pod. We were breaking that down, but me and Hank. But I don't know if that's still available. But yeah, that episode. But yeah, let's check this out. It says Curtis Yarvin says provocative things to prove that he is free. Whoa. Okay. Oh,
if you look at, for
oh,
example, Curtis Yarvin.
Look at that. He's drinking Monster, folks. That's gross.
Product placement.
Yeah.
If you look at, for example, Curtis Yarvin, there's a tremendous amount of interest. Is Eric
literally chemical swill? I mean, good Lord, I mean,
speak to Curtis Yarvin. Curtis Yarvin says many interesting things, and he says many horrible, stupid things, very provocative.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't invited him onto the portal, but I haven't said I will never invite him onto the portal. We are all in a difficult position.
That's what I'm saying. You're making it kind of. I think it's a much more difficult task and burden to carry as people who have conversations, because Curtis Yarvin is a good example. How much work do I have to put in reading Curtis's work to really understand?
Let's talk about the problem of Curtis Yarvin.
Yes.
Because I think it's probably...
Is that O'Connor?
There's this big question is, why does somebody who says such stupid ass things listen to by so many people? Very smart people who are part of our daily lives, discuss Curtis Yarvin in hushed tones. Now,
that's a good question.
My belief is that Curtis Yarvin has made a number of very interesting, provocative points, and they associate Curtis Yarvin as the person who has made these points, and they treat the completely asinine stuff that he says that's super dangerous as, well, that's Curtis. Right?
Right. Okay. They give him the credit for he's a kind of like, sorry to use the term, first principles deep thinker about
in some
the way the world, in some space about the world. Yeah.
But as a result, we don't actually know why Curtis Yarvin is knocking around so many Silicon Valley luminaries' lives.
Well, see, you said that he said a lot of asinine, stupid stuff.
So you see how this is actually promotion of Yarvin's ideas?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they literally just said, like, he's a first principle deep thinker. And also he's like, they have the story on CNN. They have the story on Tucker Carlson. Right. And they're like, he's very dangerous. But why are all these CEOs talking about him? Well, it's because they forgive all the dangerous stuff that he says. So you're, trying to think like, what's all the dangerous stuff that this guy says? Let me go look it up. It's like very enticing, right? This is great promotion.
And that's the sense I got from a few things I've read, not just about it. This is not just like Wikipedia stuff. Is he's a little, like I've said before, he seems to be careless.
I don't think he's careless. No, it's like Jim Watson.
Have you guys seen the scene where Joe Rogan gives Lex Friedman the watch?
No.
Oh, it's really weird. So Joe Rogan had he's wearing a Rolex watch on his show, and Lex Friedman goes, "That's a really nice watch," and Joe Rogan goes, "Yeah, here, just take it." And Lex Friedman puts it on, and he looks like a fucking nerd. Like it looks stupid
goofy.
as fuck. Yeah, it's a very goofy fucking moment.
Like, what's that about?
Yeah, what the hell is that about? The guy just gave him his Rolex right off his wrist.
That's like some kind of occult thing, maybe.
That seemed like some type of ritual. Oh, you're gonna be the next,
like a salute to something.
Yeah, you're gonna be the next major show on YouTube. I think that's gonna be interviewing
passing the baton kind of thing.
Yeah, or some shit.
I'll give you my watch.
Yeah. So really awkward and gay moment that they had.
Jim Watson wants to say very provocative things in order to prove that he's free. It's not a question of careless. He enjoys the freedom to say these things.
Yeah.
And the key point is that I expect something more of Curtis. I expect that if somebody is insightful about all sorts of
he says so many things to prove that he's free that we can't even play them on this show. That's how free he gets. Pretty weird. Why is he allowed to say those things? And we're not even allowed to play people saying stuff like that. Videos of people saying stuff like that. Pretty awkward and weird, isn't it, folks? Oh, yeah. He wants to prove that he's free. Man, these guys what world are these guys living in, honestly?
Things up to that point that they're going to have enough care. Now, I, for example, make this point repeatedly that vaccines are not 100% safe.
Whoa!
Most people who have an idea
man, damn it. Right as I said that. Okay, I don't know whether to take the video down at this point. It's the son of a bitch, right? But good lord.
Beach nut.
Yeah, totally disavow for the purposes of this stream. But yeah, guess what? They're allowed to say that, folks. Right? They're allowed to give advice. Right? So
fair use. Fair use.
Yeah, fair use.
That anybody who's an anti-vaxxer should be silenced.
Whoa!
Are in a position where they probably don't say vaccines are 100% safe. Climate science is so. Defund the police. We don't want no more police. Actually, just means we want the police to not take on mental health duties. We've come up with an incredibly disingenuous
That's a bad way to start a new week of programs, huh?
Society. And what I'm claiming is that I might talk to Curtis Yarvin, but I have really very little interest to talk to a guy who seems to be kind of giddy about who makes good slaves and who makes bad slaves. It's like, why do I want to do that on the portal?
One, first of all, because just as you said, that's not Curtis's main thing. He has a lot of ideas, and what I've read of him, which is not a huge amount, he's very thoughtful about the way this world works. And on top of that, he's an important historical figure in the birth and the development of the alt-right.
Historical figure in the birth and development of the alt-right, folks. Good lord.
Sounds like he read it off ChatGPT.
Yeah, very weird.
Who talks like
called
that?
the alt-right.
Yeah, who talks like that? Really?
New reactionary.
Yeah. And he's just an important intellectual. And so it makes sense to talk to him. The question is, how much work do you put in?
Well, this is the issue of fugu. I'm not a chef that necessarily can serve that fugu. So you have a puffer fish. You can eat the puffer fish. You can get a kind of a tingly sensation on your tongue if you get a
Yeah.
little bit of the poison organ. But my point is, I don't know how to serve Curtis Yarvin so that, in fact, I'm not worried about what happens. But I believe that if somebody else was a student of the new reactionary movement, that person might be in a better position to host Curtis Yarvin.
So there it is. The new reactionary movement. Andy, sir, to cue you into the discussion. New reactionary, a subculture, a genre political movement invented by Nick Land and Curtis Yarvin. Right, to go beyond reactionary politics to neo-reactionary politics into the ideas of accelerationism.
What is reactionary politics?
Well, it'd be the other end of the spectrum, right? Where you have progressive, then left, then center, then right, then reactionary, right?
Oh, okay. So like far right?
Far right, exactly.
Okay.
And okay, so let's look at another video. And of course, I don't know what they're gonna say in advance, as you just saw. But let's see this other one.
It's for educational purposes only.
Yeah, these
and
guys are saying it.
entertainment.
This one on Pod Cuts. Curtis Yarvin, Eric Weinstein. Is this the same clip? Yeah, this could be the same clip. There is another one on Michael Malice. Where Michael Malice talks about Curtis Yarvin, or I think he actually interviewed Curtis Yarvin. That guy's a moron. So actually, I don't want to deal with that one. This one, it was 4 minutes long. Lex Clips. There's another one called Pod Cut Clips. He says so many horrible, stupid things, very provocative. Okay, yeah, let's just hear the guy's response, and then we'll move on. So here's the guy himself, Yarvin.
Oh, okay.
That he's talking about, right? That they're kind of cross promoting in a way, and saying he has this heavy-handed agenda or whatever. So says dangerous things.
Sitting down with Eric Weinstein.
Oh, here's this idiot, Michael Malice, right here.
Did you watch his interview with Lex Friedman? This is going to be a big circle jerk. So he had said two things, and I want to get your perspective on it. And he said this publicly, that when you went, the first icebreaker you had for him is you went up to him at a party and said, I'm the most right-wing person here, or I'm the most right-wing person you've ever met. I don't remember which one it was. And that he took this as, like, what am I supposed to do with this? Do you remember this interaction?
I don't remember this
does that sound
specific,
plausible?
this with Weinstein. It sounds plausible. I'm not really that brash these days, so it would have been a while ago.
Okay.
But, certainly I'm always the most right-wing person in the room. In the proper sense of the word.
What does right wing mean to you?
What does right wing mean to me? Right wing is fundamentally, for me, the most important kind of thing on the right versus left spectrum is essentially order versus chaos, or extropy versus entropy. I'm right wing because I want things to make sense and not be fucked up.
So how does that tie into like traditional Republican ideas of like law and order?
Well, I mean, of course, order is the same thing. Order means that you can walk down the street and be very confident that you won't be attacked. Anyone who's been to Japan has experienced order.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, I think the legal system in Japan is a little bit strange, but they definitely have order. And
so are you getting the vibe of the neo-reactionary vibe? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
How he's like, oh well, it's actually just a perfect dichotomy of things. It's almost Zoroastrian. where he said order and chaos, and yeah, so with that sort of ideological purity, right, then he suggests, well, we should be more like Japan. And he also means you know cultural and genetic cohesion as well, right?
You can slide some of that Eurasian futurism into that, be more like Japan sense.
Yeah. I don't know if you're familiar with Jared Taylor, but he also promotes this thing. He's actually from Japan, and so he's always pointing out that Japan is a very culturally cohesive society.
Well, like they don't interbreed?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
If you leave your laptop on the train in Japan, it will very likely come back to you, which is completely insane to an American and anyone who's ever been in New York. And yet, they take that for granted. And we basically walk around, for example, in a beautiful city such as this, with this sort of immense amount of, as far as our security is concerned, we're always in condition yellow. We're always looking around for threats.
Right.
We're always seeing things that are ugly and disgusting. And we're often seeing, like, every block or two, I walked here from Soho. Every block or two, you see some scene of just incredible human degradation.
Yes.
And we basically take that, and then we worry that the climate is getting warmer by 1 degree every 50 years.
Right.
And there's a sort of disconnection from these realities that we feel relatively easily, and we've blocked how, there's something in, I think it's a Chinese term called Paris syndrome. Have you heard of this?
No, I've not. I don't speak Chinese.
I don't speak Chinese either, but there's a Wikipedia page for it, so it must be true. Paris syndrome is experienced when you're a Chinese person from, a city where anyone can walk around, at any time of day or night, anywhere. There are no-go zones in Beijing. There were no-go zones in New York in 1940.
That's not true. Whoa. I was in Beijing on my way to North Korea,
really?
And I tried to go to Mao's tomb, and it was very much a no-go zone.
Yeah, but for not quite the same reason.
Sure. I understand.
Sure. Yes.
It's
But
not exactly a liberal democracy in Beijing.
It is not exactly a liberal democracy, but they'll tell you. They'll tell you. They won't just maybe here they'll tell you.
Yeah.
But they'll tell you in a different way. But so we sort of we've blocked a lot of things that, really should be very obviously notable about the lack of order in our society today.
Yeah.
That is and sort of what you're seeing on a walk from Soho to, what would you call this? Is this
Alphabet City?
Alphabet City. And a walk from Soho to Alphabet City is you're basically blocking, you're seeing horrible physical things. You basically see at least 5 people that could possibly be a physical threat to you. You're seeing some very ugly buildings, and you're just sort of surrounded by all of these are kinds of, anything ugly in any sense, whether it's human or physical, is a kind of violation of order.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so, as a right winger, I'm basically I'm sensing, I sort of try to sense the order that I think should be here. And that order is much more different from what we see today than it is to most people. And that's why I'm much more right wing than other people.
Something else he said, and this is part of the podcast with him, he said that what he was put off, I'm going to see if I can guess your answer, see how well I know your mind, and then you could correct me or validate what I'm saying. He said you had said to him, I like this is gossip about reactionary thought, that you were
Yeah, see, he's trying to bring it back to gossip, but it's kind of weird where he gave this entire response, right, on how he strives for ideological purity, right? So what did they have to say about Weinstein, right? Is he trying to say he's a flaming liberal, and that is basically how, Weinstein, basically talked about Yarvin, right? That he's a radical thinker, right?
Yeah.
So really weird.
not allergic to white nationalism. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
I would guess that what you would have meant is when it comes to someone who's a philosopher or thinker and trying to look at sociology or political economy, you can't a priori put anything off the table.
I'm not, well,
that would have been my guess.
All right. Well, first of all, I'm not allergic to anything. Like,
Okay,
I mean,
that's
that, like the idea of like, oh, I'm going to be allergic to like Mormons because of the Mountain Meadows massacre or some fucking shit is completely unworthy of, like it's just laughable, right? I mean, imagine if you had that attitude toward communism. I'm not allergic. I almost wore my Shea shirt actually here. I have an authentic Cuban Shea shirt, which I should have worn. I was actually made in Cuba. I'm very proud of it.
See, that's neo-reactionary move right there. You see, ironically supporting Che Guevara because he actually supported order, right? Laying down the law, right? Totally taking over the economics of the society, right? Enforcing order, right? Whereas, Che Guevara is actually an anti-liberal statement, right? Because he says, no, you go in the jungle and you take over the system, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right? So, so it's very, so that's a interesting neo-reactionary move, right? Supporting fascism, right? Because fascists support conservatism. They're anti-liberal, right? They don't support everybody's rights, right? You know what I'm saying, right? So that, so that's an example of his sort of posturing there, right? Yeah, they said like that accelerationist will put like an Israeli flag on their like bag or something like that, right? So people will so a leftist will like say something about it, right? It's not that they support Israel, but they want to get a reaction from the leftists, get it right? So
I see. Look at me.
Yeah.
My mom didn't talk to me enough.
Yeah. So it's kind of like ironic support for things, I mean, to bring about a reaction or a result. And of course, that's written in Saul Alinsky, Rules for Radicals.
I offered you a shirt with Cuba on it, and you declined to wear it.
Yeah, it was the design was a little loutre.
That's very true. By design, no pun intended.
It was. In any case, basically, so that's sort of one thing I would have to say, about that comment. Imagine if someone is like studying the like 17th century, but they're like allergic to Catholicism or something. Like it would just be like completely unworthy of a historian to have like an emotional reaction to like some system of ideas. Like what?
All right. So yeah, he's saying that he's being a Karen.
Ooh, Eric Weinstein.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But then he's also postulating that he's postulating ideological systems of ideological purity. Far from the truth, my friends. All right. Let's go to some music and then we'll be back with I guess we'll move to Nietzsche at this point and we'll look at the debate that Weinstein had with the lady or whatever next time. And I may choose some selections from his works or because I have quite a bit of material saved up on the guy. So I may choose to look at that. Obviously, a lot of his writings and books are available in audio form online, so you may look through some of those.
Oh, Yarvin or Weinstein?
Yarvin, yeah.
Right.
I've taken enough of Weinstein. I can't actually look at Weinstein's paper, but it's enough for me to know that I think it's just a bunch of bullshit. I mean, based on what all these other people have said about it, right? I think he's trying to pull a fast one, right? And the Jordan Peterson University type of pseudoscience stuff that we saw is actually a pretty obvious ploy, yeah. And obviously there's a whole tendency to promote misinformation and stuff. So that's being done on a mass scale. I mean, I can show you guys an example of that right now, exactly. Actual example of misinformation right now. Right, well, people will they'll get facts wrong. Right? You know, they'll get little facts wrong. Right? And then I'll play some music here. But yeah, I was watching the recent Cock Boy Hotline show, and I noticed a pure wrong declaration of a fact here, in where he was looking at an interview with the Iranian president, and he said that he said something that he never said, right? That actually the Shah of Iran actually said, right? Which is much more damning that the Shah of Iran said this about the American media supporting the Jews, right? And not the president of Iran, right, or the prime minister of Iran, Ahmadinejad, right, because they are part of an Islamic regime, right? So it's, they obviously try to characterize Islam as anti-Jewish, right, which is a false characterization, right? Yeah, because
essentially a sect. It's just as much of a sect of Judaism as Christianity, in my opinion.
Well, I disagree that Islam and Christianity are sects of Judaism. We could maybe have a very interesting debate about that sort of thing. But yeah, I do think that Islam did protect, pretty obviously, a lot of churches and synagogues, and they protected a lot of Jews and Christians, right? So historically speaking, it's not true. In modern times, there may be a certain level of political tension because of the war between the Arabs and the Jews. And of course, a lot of the Arabs are Muslims, right? So that's where the confusion comes from, right? But yeah, the conflict is mainly modern, but historically, Jews lived in Spain and a bunch of other places that were conquered by Muslims in relative peace. But yeah, so it's important to point that out. But yeah, the fact is that this fact is a lot more damning coming from the Shah of Iran, at the time it does, than from Ahmadinejad, right? But yeah, let's look at this. If I could find it. Oh yeah, this is the wrong episode I'm looking at. Can you guys see this?
Negative.
Oh, okay. I think I found this here.
The numbers may not match, but it's horrible that. And then he also mentioned, like, hey, why are we prioritizing the death of this group of people over millions and millions of other people died? And this is what he said 15 years ago.
You have consistently denied the Holocaust happened. You have called it a lie. And I'm just curious, I have some photos. These are dead bodies.
It's just laughing.
Bodies from a German concentration camp taken by the Associated Press. Mr. President, is this photo fabricated? Is this photo a lie?
Dude, straight laughing. Look at him.
Is this photo a lie?
I could go back a little bit.
This photo?
Oh, he's just straight cheese. Look at him.
Photo fabricated. Is this photo a lie?
No. I'm asking you a different question. There are many historical events, similar historical events. Why is this one in particular so important to you?
Because you're denying it happened.
But in World War II, 60 million people were killed. Why?
Look at how she holds up the photo for dramatic effect. Like she could have put the she could have had, like, they could have had a TV and they put it on the screen. But she holds it up because that's more personalized. I mean, right? Effect. I mean, right? So it's it's obviously, pretty hilarious. I mean, but yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right. He's like, look, so many people died, right? Millions and millions, like 50 million Russians died. In the Russian and German war, right? And nobody even batted an eye for those people. And you go to Stalingrad, there's literally piles of bones. Nobody cared for those people. I mean, but yeah, where's their museums? I mean,
Why are we just focusing on this special group alone? We're sorry for all the 60 million people that lost their lives equally. All of them were human beings. And it doesn't matter whether they were Christians or Jews or Buddhists or Muslims. They were killed. So we're sorry for everyone.
No, that's not the full clip, but later what he says is she presses him on it more. And he says, well, and this is 15 years ago before AI, he says, well, why don't we put the numbers in the computer, an unbiased computer with no feelings, and let's see what the computer says about it. He kind of does that same shit-eating grin, though. Because these guys must have access to something similar to this, you would think, right? Like before it reaches mainstream.
So he says that in the same interview, the president of Iran says that. But he's actually referring to the Shah of Iran, saying that many, 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 many years ago, right? That he says, put it in the computer, and you could tell that's actually not a quote by Ahmadinejad. That's a quote by the Shah of Iran. So let's check this out and correct the misinfo. Shah of Iran, 1976.
Well, pressuring, they have many means at their disposal. They are putting up pressure on many, many people. And at the end, I don't think that it will even help Israel.
Why, if this is true, why would the President of the United States pay attention to that lobby?
They are strong.
Strong in what sense?
They are controlling many things.
Controlling what?
Newspapers, medias,
Your Majesty.
banks, finances, and I'm going to stop there.
Well, now wait just a second. You really do believe?
So check that out. The Shah of Iran said literally in 1976 they're controlling the media and the banks.
Good Lord, 50 years ago.
Well, notice that he said, I'm going to stop there, as if he was going to say something too revealing.
Oh, yeah. And there
He's
goes
like,
my
hint,
StreamYard.
hint.
Yeah. Okay, I'll have to come back in the StreamYard. It's totally crashed at this point. So I'll be right back, folks.
I actually have to jump off. It was nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, blessings.
Easy.
Yeah, thank you for
Yep.
being here. Yeah.
You're welcome. Take care.
Yeah, peace.
Well, shit. Technical difficulties, folks. It's kind of odd that the StreamYard messes up right at that clip. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Seems to be a lot of coincidences lately. I don't know about you guys, but and then there was one. Sad trombone. And then there were 2.
Yeah, Lone Wolf. Yeah, that's funny. Stoic. But yeah.
I was just saying it's kind of weird that your streamer crashes right as you play that clip.
Right as
you
the
know,
shot of Iran.
of
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Jays, controlling things.
Yeah,
Pretty funny.
that is pretty wild, folks. But yeah, let's finish the clip regardless of the situation. And whoops, frozen again. Really weird. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh. Okay, there we are. All right, so let's try to finish this clip. Let me get the.
And I'm going to stop there.
Well, now wait just a second. You really do believe that the Jewish community in the United States is that powerful? They make the media reflect their view of foreign policy?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They do not report. We do not report honestly.
Don't mix things, please. I don't say the media. I say in the media they have people. Not the entire media. Some newspapers will only reflect their views, yes.
No? The New York Times, for instance, is owned by the Salzburger family, who are Jewish. Are you suggesting that the New York Times is biased in its treatment of the question of Zionism, Israel's existence, the United States' relationship with the Arab world?
I will have to put all the articles of the New York Times written on this subject and draw the conclusion. You can put this to the computer and it will answer you.
What you're saying is that, yes, you do believe.
Well, let's wait for the answer of the computer.
That's hilarious. That's a great answer. I'm going to start using that one. Yeah, I say it's biased. You say it isn't. Okay, let's see the number of articles pro, number of articles con, put it in a computer, and even it'll tell us the data. We don't have to guess. He's very right. But most people aren't willing to ask the question, right? It's crazy. Crazy stuff. Yeah, thank you, Andy, for joining. Yeah, thank you, James and Stoic, for being up in the chat. Denise, Lizard Tree was watching earlier. Thank you to all the people that are watching. I'm going to play some music, and I'll be back in about 6 or 7 minutes with some Nietzsche, right? So we'll continue with that. And yeah, we're on chapter 2 of Beyond Good and Evil, and then we'll go with Julius Evola. Right, we'll play that for about 13 minutes. But yeah, this is basically, it's been a fun time, honestly. We got a new guy. So, it's actually cool that last 2 shows we did, we got new people on the show. And they're actually very engaging. So maybe news about the show is spreading.
I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
What's up, Barbara? Fellas, gangsters, all you people with an ear to the street. This next hour is for you. Let's start it like
Just wanna throw my beats out on the street of 6 feet, baby. Watch yourself, kid. The jakes be deepin' on the creek now. What the deal? What the deal? Just wanna throw my guns and self-state and do a long biz. For real, kid. We stay reppin' for Queens, infrared bayo. I only rock with famine. Plot planning niggas to cop cannons. One with the eyes jamming niggas. Do a whole bit in the box standing. 8 niggas that's quick to hop in the van and cock locks and put the drop on top of the whole block gambling. Turn it to Nas landing. Gunshots got them scrambling. Leaving 4 cops to examine. The streets are frigid, so I speak in vivid. Sleep with it, love it, and live it. If you want one of these slugs, I'ma give it. And pop it till you drop liquid. Your days are numbered out, get dropping in digits. Bodies get sent to the chop shop like civics. All for popping up on the wrong blocks to visit. The wrong spot to risk it. Nothing but hollow tops and a biscuit. Get helicopter lifted out your hot lizards. Keep it far from the child shit. 40 cow spit, running with wild flicks. Dead you would beat the murder trial shit. 12 valve whips, the strip is scorching. Flooded with drug enforcement, lawmen stripping your fortune. Shorties are like the Statue of Liberty, they stay living a torch in office. Split the 5th often, mad chicks get abortions. Weak ones, they stiffen the coffin. Federal steakhouse, spots get raided. Shots get traded, coming to lock everything rock related. Keeping the cell blocks overly populated. Incarcerated, scar faces intoxicated. Dead eyes get operated, some get chopped and faded. Leaving the bleed in need for medical aid. From sharp metal relay, when shit get hot, it's hard to settle the blaze. The ghetto we praise, hey, yo, the life you hold is darker as the dice you roll. Be careful, kid, the streets is ice cold. The thirsty ones out, working the night patrol for the price of gold. In the story of a life get told, nigga, simple and plain. The life you hold is darker as the dice you roll. Be careful, kid, the streets is ice cold. The thirsty ones out, working the night patrol for the price of gold. In the story of a life get told, nigga. Yo, how many make it out? It's 1 in a million. Scared to death cause one of your children just might be the next one that gets stressed in front of the building. Coming out, pulling guns out, running with villains, living in pain, kid in the street game. Trapped in these blocks where the heat flame. With niggas reach for their thing, speak slang, chop your grill until the meat hang. Busting their gas, running the deep gangs. Look out for the Jeep dames to set you up. Invite you to the crib to wet you up. Lift the necklace up, bringing the clip to lift and mess you up. Smith and West you up, never press your luck. Be prepared to bust, how many you dare to trust? Keep your friends close and enemies closer. I pour double shots, serving me the toast and friendly ghosts until the game of yours. Send some guineas to roast it. If they can't approach it, send me toasters. Give them the Kennedy doses, empty in your boulder. Life is about bending them slimmies over. Plenty minis and rovers, half naked, women for lemmy sofas. Crib with the Fendi sofas, black coats and oasters. Crack Jehovah, stacking like Sosa. Tailor-made suits with Gucci penny loafers. Mac 10s and holsters for rats and vultures. Having DTs packaging coaches. The raps of Volga blow their backs and cobras. Run with the cat exploders, gunslingers. Corners of slum hangers, the brick of tongue bringers and slingers. Keep one in the chamber, hey, baby. The life you hold is locked as the dice you roll. Be careful, kid, these streets is ice cold. The thirsty ones out, working the night patrol for the price of gold. In the story of a life get told, nigga, simple and plain. The life you hold is locked as the dice you roll. Be careful, kid, these streets is ice cold. The thirsty ones out, working the night patrol for the price of gold. In the story of a life get told, nigga. Down.
Yeah. So section 42, chapter 2, Beyond Good and Evil. All right. He says, O simplicitatis, O sancta simplicitatis. In what strange simplification and falsification man lives. One can never cease wondering where once one has got eyes for beholding this marvel, how we have made everything around us clear and free and easy and simple. How we've been able to give our senses a passport to everything superficial, our thoughts a godlike desire for wanton pranks and wrong inferences. How from the beginning we have contrived to retain our ignorance in order to enjoy an almost inconceivable freedom, thoughtlessness, imprudence, hardiness, and gaiety.
in order to enjoy life. And only on this solid field, solidified granite like on the foundation of the far more powerful will, the will to ignorance, to the uncertain, to the untrue, not as its opposite, but as its refinement. But it is to be hoped, indeed, that language here, as elsewhere, will not get over in awkwardness, and that it will continue to talk of opposites where there are only awkwardness, and that it will continue to talk of opposites where there are only degrees of many refinements and gradation. It is equally to be hoped for that the incarnated tartuffery of morals, which now belongs to our unconquerable flesh and blood, will turn the words round in the mouths of us discerning ones. Here and there we understand it, and laugh at the way in which precisely the best knowledge seeks most to retain us in this simplified, thoroughly artificial, suitably imagined, and suitably falsified world. And the way in which, whether it will be or not, it loves error, because as living itself, it loves life. Oh, we got Reddington back here. Blessings.
Yeah, I had some modem issues, so I had to go fix that.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, let me pour this coffee here real quick. I'll be right back, folks. Blessings.
Yeah, I'm not much of a coffee drink. Well, I'm not a coffee drinker at all. I don't like coffee. Sad trombone, I guess, for you coffee drinkers.
Cup of Joe, as they say. So yeah, let's move on here to section 25, where he says, after such cheerful commencement, a serious word would fain to be heard. It appeals to the most serious minds. Take care, ye philosophers and friends of knowledge, and beware of martyrdom, of suffering for the truth's sake, even in your own defense. It spoils all the innocence of the fine neutrality of your conscience. It makes you headstrong against objections and red rags. It stupefies, animalizes, and brutalizes. When in the struggle with danger, slander, suspicion, expulsion, and even worse, consequences of enmity, ye have at last to play your last card as protectors of truth upon earth, as though, quote unquote, the truth were such an innocent and incompetent creature as to require protectors. And you of all people, ye knights of the sorrowful countenance, messers loafers and cobweb spinners of the spirit, finally ye know sufficiently well that it cannot be of any consequence, if ye just carry your point. Ye know that hitherto no philosopher has carried his point, and that there might be a more laudable truthfulness in every little interrogative mark, which you place after your special words and favorite doctrines, and occasionally after yourselves, than in all the solemn pantomime and trumping games before accusers and law courts, in all the solemn I just read that. Rather go out of the way, flee into concealment, and have your masks and your ruses, and yea, may be mistaken, for you are or somewhat feared. And pray don't forget the garden with golden trellis work, and have people around you who are as a garden, or as music on the waters at eventide? When already the day becomes a memory, choose the good solitude, the free, wanton, lightsome solitude, which also gives you right still to remain good in any sense whatsoever. How poisonous, how crafty, how bad does every long war make one, which cannot be waged openly by means of force? How personal does a long fear make one, a long watching of enemies, of possible enemies, those pariahs of society, these long pursued, badly persecuted ones? Also, the compulsory recluses, the Spinozas or Giordano Brunos, always become in the end, even under the most intellectual masquerade, and perhaps without being themselves aware of it, refined vengeance seekers and poison brewers. Just lay bare the foundation of Spinoza's ethics and theology, not to speak of the stupidity of moral indignation, which is the unfailing sign in a philosopher that the sense of philosophical humor has left him. The martyrdom of the philosopher, his sacrifice for the sake of truth, forces into the light of the agitator an actor lurks in him. And if one has hitherto contemplated him only with the artistic curiosity with regard to a philosopher, it is easy to understand the dangerous desire to see him also in the deteriorated into a martyr, into a stage and tribune baller. Only that it is necessary with such a desire to be clear. What? Spectacle, one will see in any case. Merely a satiric play, merely an epilogue farce, merely the continued proof that the long, real tragedy is at an end. Supposing that every philosophy has been a long tragedy in its origin. Every select man strives instinctively for the citadel and a privacy where he is free from the crowd, the many, the majority, where he may forget, quote, men who are the rule, unquote, as their exception, exclusive only of the case in which he is pushed straight to such men by a still stronger instinct, as the discerner in the great and exceptional sense, whoever, in intercourse with men, does not occasionally glisten in the all green and gray colors of distress owing to disgust, satiety, sympathy, gloominess, and solitariness. And assuredly, not a man of elevated tastes, supposing, however, that he does not voluntarily take all this burden and disgust upon himself, that he persistently avoids it and remains, as I said, quietly and proudly hidden in his citadel. One thing is then certain: he was not made. He was not predestined for knowledge. For as such, he would one day have to say to himself, quote, the devil take my good taste, but the rule, quote unquote, is more interesting than the exception, than myself, the exception, unquote. And he would go down. And above all, would go inside, quote unquote. He's seeing that as a place of defeat, to go to merely internal affairs, right? The long and serious study of the average man, and consequently much disguised, self-overcoming familiarity and bad intercourse. All intercourse is bad intercourse except with one's equals. That constitutes a necessary part of the life history of every philosopher, perhaps the most disagreeable, odious, and disappointing part. If he is fortunate, however, as a favorite child of knowledge should be, he will meet with suitable auxiliaries who will shorten and lighten his task. I mean, so-called cynics. Those who simply recognize the animal, the commonplace, and the rule, quote unquote, in themselves, and at the same time of so much spirituality and ticklishness, as to make them talk of themselves and their like before witnesses. Sometimes they wallow even in books, as on their own dunghill. Cynicism is the only form in which base souls approach what is called honesty. And the higher man must open his ears to all coarser and finer cynicism. And congratulate himself when the clown becomes shameless right before him, or the scientific satyr speaks out. There are even cases when the enchantment mixes with the disgust, namely, whereby a freak of nature, genius, is bound to some such indiscreet billy goat and ape, as in the case of Abbe Giuliani, the profundest, acutest, and perhaps also filthiest man of his century. He was far profounder than Voltaire, consequently also a good deal more silent, and perhaps more frequently, as has been hinted, that the scientific head is placed on the ape's body, a fine, exceptional understanding in a base soul. An occurrence by no means rare, especially among doctors and moral physiologists. And whenever anyone speaks without bitterness, or rather quite innocently, of man as a belly with two requirements and a head with one, whenever anyone sees, seeks, and wants to see only hunger, sexual instinct, and vanity as the real and only motives of human actions, in short, when anyone speaks badly, quote unquote, and not even diligently, he ought in general to have an open ear wherever there is talk without indignation. For the indignant man and he who perpetually tears and lacerates himself with his own teeth, or in place of himself the world, God, or society, may indeed, morally speaking, stand higher than the laughing and self-satisfied satyr. But in every other sense, he is more ordinary, more indifferent, and less instructive. Case. And no one is such a liar as the indignant man. It is difficult to be understood, especially when one thinks and lives Gangas Ratogati, like the river Ganges, it says, or like a tortoise, or at best frog-like. In parentheses, it says, I do everything to be difficultly understood myself. He admits. Funny. And one should be heartily grateful for the goodwill to some refinement of interpretation as regards, quote unquote, the good friends, however, who are always too easygoing and think that as friends they have a right to ease. One does well as the first to grant them a playground and romping place for misunderstanding. One can thus still laugh and get rid of them altogether, these good friends, and laugh then also. What is most difficult to render from one language into another is the tempo of its style, which has its basis in the character of the race, or to speak more physiologically, in the average tempo of the assimilation of its nutriment. There are honestly meant translations which, as involuntary vulgarizations, are almost falsifications of the original, merely because it lives and merely because its lively and merry tempo, which overleaps and obviates all dangers in a word, in the word and expression, could not also be rendered. A German is almost incapacitated for presto in his language. Consequently, also, as may be reasonably inferred. For many of the most delightful and daring nuances of free-spirited thought. And just as a buffoon and satyr are foreign to him in body and conscience, so Aristophanes and Petronius are untranslatable for him. Everything ponderous, vicious, and pompously clumsy. All long-winded and wearying species of style and developed in profuse variety among Germans. Pardon me for stating the fact that even Goethe's prose and mixture of stiffness and elegance is no exception. As a reflection of the good old time, to which belongs, as in the expression of the German taste, at a time when there was still German taste, which was a Rococo taste, in moribus et artibus. Lessing is an exception. He says, owing to his historic nature, which understood much, and was vested in many things, he who was not the translator of Baal to no purpose, who took refuge willingly in the shadow of Diderot and Voltaire, and still more willingly among the Roman comedy writers. Lessing loved also free spiritism in tempo and flight out of Germany, but how could the German language, even the prose of Lessing, imitate the tempo of Machiavelli, who in the Principe makes us breathe the dry, fine air of Florence and cannot help presenting the most serious events in a boisterous allegrissimo, perhaps not without a malicious artistic sense of the contrast. He ventures to present long, heavy, difficult, dangerous thoughts and a tempo of the gallop and of the best wantonest humor. Question. Finally, who would venture on a German translation of Petronius, who more than any great musician hitherto was a master of presto in invention, ideas, and words? What matter in the end about the swamps of the sick, evil world or of the ancient world when, like him, one has the feet of a wind, the rush, the breath, the emancipating scorn of a wind, which makes everything healthy by making everything run. And with regard to with regard to Aristophanes, that transfiguring complementary genius, for whose sake one pardons all Hellenism for having existed, providing one has understood in its full profundity all that there requires pardon and transfiguration. There is nothing that has caused me to meditate more on Plato's secrecy and sphinx-like nature than the happily preserved petite fate that under the pillow of his deathbed there was found no Bible, quote unquote, nor anything Egyptian, Pythagorean, or Platonic, but a book of Aristophanes. How could even Plato have endured life, a Greek life, which he repudiated without an Aristophanes? Obviously, Aristophanes totally dissed Socrates. So he's saying that Plato finally found sense on his deathbed, right? Because he started reading Aristophanes. So
Yeah, most people wouldn't have gotten that. But yeah, interesting stuff from Nietzsche. For sure. And yeah, let's move to Evola here. Certainly been an interesting show. And I greatly appreciate oh, whoops. Okay, let's put this tab away and go to Evola. Okay. Okay, we were here in this book here. Blessings to all the people that are here. It looks like 17 people are watching. I appreciate you guys. Tomorrow we'll be doing a show on Jacques Ellul. Reading some more of his section on economics and technique.
The present cycle is exhausted. Chapter 5. Disguises of European Nihilism, the Socioeconomic Myth and the Protest Movement. It is an important fact that some of the young people in crisis have shown such indifference to the prospects of social revolution. But now it is time to broaden our horizons by showing the particular type of evasion and anesthetization on the part of a humanity that has lost the meaning of existence, that lurks behind the varieties of the modern socio-economic myth, both that of Western prosperity and that of Marxist communist ideology. In both cases, we still find ourselves within the orbit of nihilism, and a nihilism of far more spectacular proportions than those of the extremist groups, where the crisis remains acute and undisguised. I have already shown that the actual basis of the myth in question is the interpretation, on the part of a well-organized historiography, of the processes that prepared for European nihilism as constituting progress. This basis is essentially identical both in the Western myth and in that of communism, but the two of them are in a kind of dialectical relationship, which reveals their true existential significance. It is easier to find the elements that betray this ultimate sense in the communist myth because of its blatant coarseness and its more explicit reference to the basic motive, the economy. As is well known, the communist myth takes the form of a violent polemic against all the phenomena of spiritual crisis that I have treated up to now. These phenomena are recognized, certainly, but are blamed on bourgeois decadence, the fin de siècle, and anarchic individualism, the symptoms of bourgeois elements alienated from reality. These are supposed to be the terminal stages of decomposition of a doomed economic system, that of capitalism. The crisis is thus presented exclusively as one of values and ideals serving as superstructure to that system, which, having become hypocritical and deceptive, have nothing more to do with the practical conduct of individuals or with the driving forces of the epoch. Humanity's existential lesion is generally explained as an effect of material economic organization in a society such as the capitalist one. The true remedy, the start of a new and authentic humanism, a human integrity and a happiness never known before, would then be furnished by the setting up of a different socioeconomic system, by the abolition of capitalism, and by the institution of a communist society of workers, such as is taking place in the Soviet area. Karl Marx had already praised in communism the real appropriation of the human essence on the part of man, and for the sake of man, the return of man to himself as a social being, thus as a human man, seeing in it the equivalent of a perfect naturalism and even a true humanism. In its radical forms, wherever this myth is affirmed through the control of movements, organizations, and people, it is linked to a corresponding education, a sort of psychic lobotomy intended methodically to neutralize and infantilize any form of higher sensibility and interest, every way of thought that is not in terms of the economy and socioeconomic processes. Behind the myth is the most terrible void, which acts as the worst opiate yet administered to a rootless humanity. Yet this deception is no different from the myth of prosperity, especially in the form it has taken in the West. Oblivious of the fact that they are living on a volcano, materially, politically, and in relation to the struggle for world domination, Westerners enjoy a technological euphoria, encouraged by the prospects of the second industrial revolution of the atomic age. I have mentioned a type of dialectic that leads to the demolition of this theory from the inside, insofar as in the communist world the myth has drawn most of its energy from a misrepresentation. The idea of states in which individual problems and decadent crises no longer exist is presented as something only to be attained in the future, whereas these are the very conditions that already obtain in the West and the Nordic countries. It is the fascination of a goal that vanishes at the moment one reaches it. In fact, the future socio-economic ideal of proletarian humanity already exists, spiritually bought and paid for in Western society, where, to the shame of Marx and Engels' prognosis, a climate of prosperity has spread to vast social strata in the form of a plentiful, easy, and comfortable existence, a condition that Marxism does not condemn as such, but only because it thinks of it as the privilege of an upper class of capitalist exploiters, not as the common property of a homogenized society. But the horizons are essentially the same, and in regard to recent developments, we shall see what conclusions the so-called...
That's right. He's absolutely right about that. Marx and Engels, they do not reject the goodies of Western progress. They don't reject the goodies of capitalism. They don't reject the goodies of technological progress. They just want to, they just want everybody to have them. Right.
Protest movement has drawn from them. At all events, the error and the illusion are the same in both socio-economic ideologies, namely the serious assumption that existential misery can be reduced to suffering in one way or another from material want, and to impoverishment due to a given socio-economic system. They assume that misery is greater among the disinherited or the proletariat than among those living in prosperous or privileged economic conditions, and that it will consequently diminish with the freedom from want and the general advance of the material conditions of existence. The truth of the matter is that the meaning of existence can be lacking as much in one group as in the other, and that there is no correlation between material and spiritual misery. Only to the lowest and dullest levels of society can one preach the formula for all human happiness and wholeness as the well-named animal ideal, a well-being that is little better than bovine. Hegel rightly wrote that the epochs of material well-being are blank pages in the history book, and Toynbee has shown that the challenge to mankind of environmentally and spiritually harsh and problematic conditions is often the incentive that awakens the creative energies of civilization. In some cases, it is not paradoxical to say that the man of goodwill should try to make life difficult for his neighbor. It is a commonplace that all the higher virtues attenuate and atrophy under easy conditions, when man is not forced to prove himself in some way. And in the final analysis, it does not matter in such situations if a good number fall away and are lost through natural selection. Andre Breton was right when he wrote that we must prevent the artificial precariousness of social conditions from concealing the real precariousness of the human condition. But to avoid straying too far from my argument, the point is that the most acute forms of the modern existential crisis are appearing today at the margin of a civilization of prosperity, as witness the currents in the new generation that have been described. One sees their rebellion, disgust, and anger manifesting not in a wretched and oppressed subproletariat, but often in young people who lack nothing, even in millionaires' children. And among other things, it is a significant fact, statistically proven, that suicide is much rarer in poor countries than in rich ones, showing that the problematic life is felt more in the latter than in the former. Blank despair can occur right up to the finishing post of socioeconomic messianism, as in the musical comedy about a utopian island where they have everything: fun, women, and whiskey, but also the ever-recurrent sense of the emptiness of existence, the sense that something is still missing. There exists, therefore, no correlation, except possibly a negative one, between the meaning of life and conditions of economic well-being. There is a famous example, not recent, but from the traditional world, of the Buddha Shakyamuni. He who on a metaphysical plane radically denounced the emptiness of existence and the deceptions of the God of life, pointing out the way of spiritual awakening, was not a victim of oppression and hunger, not a representative of social strata like the plebeians of the Roman Empire, to whom the revolutionary sermons of Christianity were first addressed. No, he was of the race of princes, in all the splendor of his power and all the fullness of his youth. The true significance of the socio-economic myth in any of its forms is as a means of internal anesthetization or prophylaxis, aimed at evading the problem of an existence robbed of any meaning and at consolidating in every way the fundamental insignificance of modern man's life. We may therefore speak either of an opiate that is much more real than that which, according to the Marxists, was fed to a humanity as yet unillumined and unevolved, mystified by religious beliefs, or from another point of view of the organized method of an active nihilism. The prospects in a goodly part of today's world are more or less those that Zarathustra attributed to the last man. The time is near of the most despicable of men, who can no longer despise himself, the last man of the tenacious and pullulating race. We have invented happiness, say the last men with a wink, having abandoned the lands where life is hard. In this context, there is another more recent phenomenon that is heavy with significance, that of the so-called global protest movement. It took its rise in part from the order of ideas already mentioned. In the wake of theories such as Marcuse's, it came to the conclusion that there is a basic similarity in terms of technological consumer society between the system of advanced communist countries.
Hold on, let me drop the link if you want to come talk about it in 2 or 3 minutes. Truther. I have no idea what's going on, so if you want to explain, I'd be happy to facilitate the exchange.
Such as Marcuse's, it came to the conclusion that there is a basic similarity in terms of technological consumer society between the system of advanced communist countries and that of the capitalist world, because in the form...
Whoops.
What happened there?
Impulse of the proletarian revolution is much diminished. This impulse has now been realized inasmuch as the working class has entered the consumer system, being assured of a lifestyle that is no longer proletarian but bourgeois, the very thing whose absence was the incentive for revolution. But alongside this convergence, there has become visible the conditioning power of one and the same system, manifesting as the tendency to destroy all the higher values of life and personality. At the level more or less corresponding to the last man, foreseen by Nietzsche, the individual in contemporary consumer society reckons that it would be too expensive, indeed absurd, to do without the comfort and well-being that this evolved society offers him, merely for the sake of an abstract freedom. Thus, he accepts with a good grace all the leveling conditionings of the system.
Okay, yeah, I think this is too important a point. I think we're actually going to start at 55 minutes next time because, yeah, he's really killing it right now with these few 5 minutes that, those last 3 minutes were fire flames, honestly, right in this book here. Honestly, I'm going to have to start with that next time. And, Cockboy Hotline talking shit about me. Let's check it out.
Yeah,
This stupid little bitch.
Same shit, different day.
Yep. I totally destroyed him. What the fuck is this?
I've pretty much been sober for the last 4 years since I moved to Florida. Basically, I've had some drinks and stuff. I'm having a wine right now, I'm not like getting fucking destroyed. I'm not getting wrecked. Oh man, I don't know, man. It's kind of a tough situation because I feel like I'm not willing to be put into like a friendship where people are treating me that way, like trying to like emotionally bully me into a certain reaction or something. But at the same time, like I've invested time.
Project much?
I know, right?
And I just want to see him get better. Really, not sure what the whole like. Oh, I'm gonna turn the whole chat on you, blaming me for all of his problems and everything. And it's
Cry harder, Drew.
I don't think he knows what that term sober means.
What a stupid bitch.
my stream went down or something. Did my stream go down? Did the stream go down for a second? I think I might be back. Sorry if the stream went down. I was just saying, like, his, not just him, but the alcoholism, long-term alcoholism is really bad for your brain. All kinds of horrible things to your brain, your thinking, and everything.
This is the worst show I've ever seen. This is the
I don't know what else was he saying last night. He was saying all kinds.
Seen.
Seemed like a lot of the things too, like anything he was blaming, like me or Slowboy, and he's actually doing on the stream. Like minutes later, he's doing the exact same things. Like, and he was saying like, "Oh, I talk shit about his wife. I call his wife the N-word and all." Like, I've never talked shit about his wife. His wife used to be in the Discord. She was super nice. She has a very calm, soothing voice and everything. Like, I've never said anything bad about her, but I don't know if he's conflating me with all these other people that on these panels who talk shit about his wife, calls his wife the N-word and all this stuff. Like, don't include me on that shit. I've never said anything.
Never?
About that.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know how to say this name. Gabwe. I do not appreciate manipulated attempts to get attention. I only have so much patience. Yeah, it's like if it was one time or something, you know, okay, yeah, you got drunk and went too far. I get it, but it's like a continued repeated pattern. So, Ghostface Kidder. I watched a few minutes last night, got a bad vibe, so I switched off. Michael Ryan, it was bizarre to go on a stream and threaten to off yourself with alcohol because all the truth slop, kind of weak-hearted. Yeah, that's the other thing, is then he's like, oh, Drew, the only thing he says is some boomer shit, like, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Dude, what else can you do? Nobody can do it for you. The only person you can rely on is Jesus. Like, any man is going to let you down, including me, so I apologize if I let you down, but like, if you're just in this pity party forever, there's no one can help you with that, right? Like, you have to do something about it eventually. You know, I know people that have had a horrible, you know, childhood too, and maybe that for a while they were.
What's Slowboy saying in the chat there?
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Reality.
Because she's probably at the heart of a lot of this. You know, she's probably been wedging. They should have never kept people like that around. I mean, but yeah, the fact is that he's getting a little piece of his own medicine. Looks like the Cockboy Hotline crew is falling apart while we're gaining new respect and credence all over the interwebs. I mean, so yeah, it's just funny. They get what they paid for out here. You know what I mean? It's classic. CBO crew exposed. They're falling apart. They're exposing each other. Hilarious.
And he's still like, I still don't think he knows his fucking first name. So he was like,
I know he still doesn't even know.
He was talking about how close they were, like earlier in the stream. But last night it was like Toilet Bowl was totally like, he did his spiral, but he directed it at Drew, and he was like, I tuned in for a moment, and it was like the moment where he's attacking Drew and Slowboy Whiteboard. And
by the way, both of them are vicious cunts, but also is Toilet Bowl. So they're vicious cunts together. But now the Drew and you know, Cockboy Hotline, because what's funny is that Slowboy Whiteboard is taking sides with Drew. Shouldn't she take sides with her Orthodox Christian brother? right? So that's really weird.
Allegedly.
And, yeah. So what is Slow Boy doing? Is she gay ops?
Well, Toilet Bowl Earth was kind of divorcing himself. He's like, I don't know why I started trusting you guys and why I became a Christian. It was crazy.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was typical, but like
he was destroying his own Christian shit, huh?
Oh yeah, dude. He wrecked himself all over.
And he took down his Mary.
Yeah, he took it down. Yeah.
Banner. Wow.
No, I mean he took down his stream. Is what I was gonna say, but yeah, weird that he would go against Christianity. But we have been calling that out for a while. That Toilet Bowl Earth doesn't know what seemed to be well-known facts about Christianity. He actually said that Saint Paul tells us something in Matthew's. So I think he's thinking that Saint Paul wrote the entire New Testament, and then he didn't know the 10 Commandments, right? So he doesn't know facts about Christianity. This is after he said that his duty is to follow the 10 Commandments and to do good faith and works. So yeah, so it's really strange stuff, folks. But yeah.
I mean, he definitely because that's his roots. So he was like, I don't want to say he was challenging Christianity too much, perhaps. But that's how he found out about it was through Drew and EBT and all them, and like he was divorcing himself from all of those ideas. It was wild. Like,
yeah, dude, that guy's a total fake Christian. I called it out so long ago.
Angry and taking it out on the world and all that, but eventually you got to just choose to hand all that over to God. 38 people. I thought you guys wanted the drama, bro. Where's the people?
He's going to throw his brother under the bus for some fucking drama, isn't he?
And he can't even get viewers.
How do I do that? It's been so long since I've been in StreamYard. Here we go. Invite link copy.
Need to have the drama in real time, bro. You know that.
About what happened last night, or anything they've seen with this guy lately.
38 people. I thought y'all wanted the drama. Drew in 2025. Good Lord. All that hard work and 38 people.
Come up if anyone's. You know he's gonna watch this, so if anyone's got anything they'd like to say to him or
greetings.
Yes, always one of those like, oh, you can't tell me what to do type things. Yeah, we've all been through some shit. Yeah, and obviously, some worse than others.
Yeah, I was about to shut it down, and then this happened.
Fools and Tools says when people are drunk, watch what they say. They're speaking truth. They can blame it on alcohol. It's what they really feel.
Why was he playing that
feels
music?
Like I'm constantly stabbing in the back.
And now he's showing this. Is he trying to relax himself? Like what is going on?
Or what he thinks.
Or brainwash the audience. I don't know.
Like what the hell?
Just busting his balls most of the time.
Fractals.
I don't really have any problem calling out some of the behavior that I see, like continued behavior, like manipulative type stuff. Like if you're going online saying you're gonna like unalive yourself multiple times, like that's real. Like,
and none of what I was calling Drew, like TBE out about with the Drew situation and pointing us out to Drew with you.
That's why
and all that stood out to him at all. This is what it took.
I have like no knowledge of this. No one's told me anything. But like I said, it reminded me of the TML stream when his wife left and he was completely unhinged and
allegedly, and allegedly too. Because
I still have the recording. I was completely unhinged when my wife left. Yet I did an entire show and invited everybody on to talk about it, including Paul Enslaved.
Well, it's like are they actually having legitimate fallout, or is this just more of the bullshit that they do over and over again, despite logical evidence against what? Like,
but I just love how many times, like how I'm being brought up. Like, what does your conversation with your fake friend online have to do with me, buddy? Right? Like,
it's
really weird.
Like desperation or something.
Desperation for drama, dude. Desperation for views.
He's literally throwing his. And TBE was like, "That's my boy, right? That's my brother." Oh, he wasn't gonna throw Drew under the bus and some shit like this. Now look at him.
By the way, we have TBE crying and falling asleep and doing other stupid shit on his stream. Total clown. And he should have gave up his streaming license a long time ago here, and they should have taken it away from him.
And acting like that, my wife would come over and like unplug the fucking computer. She wouldn't allow that. So I just don't know if everything's okay there or what. And if it's not, I mean, that's where he needs to reach out to people, even in like backdoor channels or whatever, if he needs people to talk to and stuff, or just air it out online or whatever. If you're just holding that shit in, yeah, it's gonna drive you crazy.
What? I don't really get it.
I don't know.
Is that advice for who? Me or
speculation,
TBE? I don't understand.
Anything
TBE, I think.
Sensei says, yeah, don't take it personally, especially if dude is heavy drinking. Yeah, on one hand I don't, but at the same time it's like it's the.
But it's weird how I morphed into TBE there.
Can only wash your balls at all times, or what? I can never like disagree with anything you say. It's like some archaic shit.
And he gets archaics in there too.
Last night too.
Right, this is the crazy part, though. Is the clip TBE was wrecking Chalk Body Outline last night, dude? That's the fucking reality.
Yeah, but did you record any of it, Truther?
No, I don't have the time for that
Oh.
shit. I was like, I shouldn't be watching this the whole time. I was sitting there. I was like,
oh, okay.
So I only watched like 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, it could just be fake drama, and then if you comment on it, they'll say, "Oh, we just had a fake falling out or whatever." So they do this gay op shit all the time. But yeah, what's really funny is that the only way he knows his like friend online that he's really sad he doesn't get to talk to anymore is through like drama online. So he has to constantly mention like me. it's like weird. I mean, so he's like, yeah, when TML's wife left him, and blah blah blah, TB is spiraling, and blah blah blah, and it's like, what? It's like, can you only identify your friend by like fake drama online? It's like,
it sounds like it sounds like that person doesn't want to be your friend. They want to exist, but if you don't have their number, are you really friends?
right? Exactly. Yeah, thank you, Untrackable. Definitely.
I'm sorry. It hurts when somebody is nice to you and they make you feel comfortable, but they're like, yeah, I'm not gonna answer my phone for that person. It's like, yeah, that was a good time and all that, and I did give them maybe some coordinates or a connection, but I'm not gonna answer. I'm so sorry, but oh man, that's a tough one right there, because I've dealt with that before.
Oh yeah.
I've been the sucker that thought somebody was my friend, and I did everything within my means to show up and be like, "Hey, where's my friend at?" And just and I've had people show up at my house and be like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And it's like, I'm minding my own goddamn business. What are you doing? It's like, hey, I thought we could hang out. I was like, get off my goddamn doorstep. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just when you think you mean something to somebody, that might be the time that you don't want them around anymore. It's a hard feeling. And I would question anybody even anymore that even has fucking feelings. Because if you get caught up like that anymore, it's like, yeah, oh boy, just know nobody has feelings anymore, and you really shouldn't. And it's hard because we have to teach the next generations, like, hey, fuck your feelings, stop being a weak ass little bitch. Oh, that person didn't invite you to their birthday party? It's fine. It doesn't mean you don't invite them to yours if you want to. And then when they reject your birthday invite, you don't get to get mad about that shit either. Because we're throwing you a fucking birthday party. I don't care if anybody shows up. You're going to be celebrated because you're my kid. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them other kids that said no. Thank everybody that came. But get over yourself. Because you're going to go to the parties that you're going to go to, and you're not going to go to the parties that you don't go to. And when they get mad that you didn't show up, you can be like, hey, I got shit to do.
Yeah, those are facts. 100%.
So many goddamn feelings.
Yeah, people are not equipped. For sure. I mean, yeah, it's like you can't get time back for real. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, for real. But yeah, blessings. And yeah, we will be shutting down soon.
That's the thing. When you show up to somebody's party, be willing to celebrate that party. But when you can't show up or choose to not show up or whatever, hey, I hope you had a good time. I wasn't there. My bad. Whatever. Don't be mad that I wasn't there. And don't blame me for not being there. Because that was your celebration. And sometimes me not being there is better for everybody involved. Just know that I did know that was what do you call it? A capture in time, a milestone of you being a little bit older, just like we all go through. But if you're gonna hold a grudge because I didn't show up to your party, or if you're gonna hold a grudge because I didn't invite you to my party, yeah, how old do we get to be before you get the fuck over yourself and just know that you love people for just existing and surviving this long? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, this is what Toilet Earth was getting about Drew about. Is Drew is like coming from that old world school thinking, like the boomerism, as you call it. You're kind of coming from there a little bit. It's like this hard, tough love, like the feelings don't matter shit. But then you look at the trauma that generation experienced because they didn't have the. I'm not saying you don't. You sound very much like you're riding the tougher edge of it, but I'm not saying you're wrong. But like what TV was calling out Drew for is like there is no fucking feelings and this and that. It's like if somebody's not going to find that inner strength if they don't know their community around them, and people are going online to find it, and it's not going to happen there. It has to start at home. And a lot of people's families have been broken apart at home, so they're coming online to try and find the connection they can't find at home.
I think you just said it in that open statement. Is they're trying to find inner strength by searching for outer experiences that they don't have for themselves. So when you go and you have an experience, you're leaving the comfort zone creates a situation that you have to deal with, and that is your inner strength. How did you deal with that? Nobody. I can't give you inner strength. I can't create a situation in the safety zone that you are so comfortable with. You have to leave your comfort zone. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but then sometimes, like, I don't know. I've entered a situation many times where it's like I leave my comfort zone over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And if you never find that reciprocation, it gets fucking ridiculous with how beat down you can get over the years of not ever getting that back. So, I don't know what Toilet Earth's going through. Fortunately, I'm on the other side of that. But having experienced that, it's like there is a fine balance. There's like people need to be more in order for anyone. But see, the reality is like for someone to support you in that, they also have had to have had that space. And the reality is most people today, I guess you would say, are soft. They haven't had that experience, so they can't even like help someone cultivate it anymore. We're like beyond
Yeah,
like
it is very tough to teach somebody the hardest thing they will ever learn. And that is, I can't hold your hand, and it will be a big waste of time, but you will come out a bigger person on the other side. You cannot prevent the waste of time in an educational process, and you could give somebody all the lessons and they will still make mistakes. You can't the only thing you can prepare them for is recognizing that they failed and to clean up their mess and to move on, knowing that that was all part of the educational process. It's tough because just like you failed and just like I failed, you can do everything. And then you just watch them fail and you smile. And you're like, I told you it was going to happen. Now clean it up, because I'm going to watch you clean it up just as well, because I cleaned up my mess and my daddy cleaned up his mess and his daddy cleaned up his mess. So now you are going to clean up your mess. And because if I help you, then you won't learn. Does that make sense? That's a bit of a rant. I'm sorry.
right, it does. But then again, I'm not going to bother to clean up my own mess if I don't have a fucking reason beyond myself to do it. If there's no one in my community to clean up my mess for, then whose mess is mine even relative to? So it's like we've been so demoralized. Like, and the online is not the place to fucking find that place with someone. I think that's the biggest issue here is people are looking online outside of themselves, like you were saying earlier. Because online is like the extreme of outside of yourself. Like you're not even like looking outside of yourself in your own community. You're looking outside of yourself online. Like if you're looking for truth like that in a community like that, that's, a lot of people are out here like that. So as a nation, though, this is a problem that we have to deal with. Well, we don't have to, but I choose to for fun whenever, the feeling suits me.
It just becomes it becomes hard when you think about teamwork and how far the team extends. So you really have to know who you are before you can accept a partner that has the same goals and is willing to put in what you consider it as a team effort. And so that's where communities are born and things like that. So on the broader spectrum of the nation, I'm sorry, but I don't trust anybody that I haven't met. If you're not right next to me, what it doesn't matter who's giving the orders. If you're not right next to me, I can't necessarily call you a teammate. And I don't think enough people look to the people that they are actually coming in contact with every day as teammates. It doesn't matter what your profession is. If you're trying to get a leg up, you're willing to step on somebody. Whereas if you look at the people next to you as, hey, these people are in coincidence with my livelihood,
Right.
I should
There for the
probably treat
reason.
them the same way that I treat myself. And it's like I would like respect. Yeah, I didn't like what you did today. Was it enough to go bitch to the boss about? Is it enough to like dress you down and treat you like shit just because it was my turn on this side and it was your turn on that side? When we both do the exact same fucking thing, we were just looking at each other or assisting each other. How far are you going to go to refuse to have a friend or a teammate because you want to be number one? You know what I mean? That's where I think that's where a lot of people go wrong.
Yeah, I don't disagree. But the reality is they go wrong there because they've never seen an example of someone who can embody that better than they've had experience embodying themselves as bad as they are at it. So it's like having to be a model, to be like a role model means to be like someone who can, somebody can look up to you and be like, oh, if I'm like that person, at least I'm one step further. There's so little of that. It's just, in my experience, and like the way things are.
It does bring something to mind about like the youth sports and everybody gets a trophy. Yeah, I got a trophy for every participation that I ever did. But I knew we lost. And I paid attention to the numbers. And honestly, I'm cool with it. However, there's different types of losing. Where you don't get a participation trophy. They take your fucking house. So you need to. It's not about the trophy. It's about recognizing when you're losing. So, yeah, take this trophy. Just for playing the game. But just know that if you learn nothing from the game, recognize when you're losing, because that is not a trophy you want to receive.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna jump off here in a moment. TML, I know you said you're trying to close it down, but yeah, I figured I'd bring that to your attention because I was like split about it. I was like, I'll mention it and see like what happens.
It's definitely funny and predictable, but yeah, I mean, I started my streams with these characters, Cockboy Hotline and Toilet Bowl Birth, and I quickly noticed, that they were dishonest. So they said about people that had entered their Discord, Reddington and Neurojack and a few others, and that they allowed in the Discord. Very strange conversations they were having. According to me and Cam and Neuro and a few others, right, we noticed, and when we pressed them on those conversations, they started to investigate information and present it on their show, which was an odd move, I thought. For people to start sort of looking up information on you because you asked them a few questions about their online activities. Right. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the odd characters. No doubt. I mean, the honest part is they've known each other he was talking about like 2018, 2019. He was trying to remember. He's like, oh, he's trying to sympathize. I've known Toilet Bowl since 2018, 2019.
He's like 40 years old, these guys.
You're right. Yeah, he's like 40. Yeah. But does he know his name? Like, I want to go. I almost want to click the link and go up on there and ask him, do you know his fucking name? I don't even care to know his name. Do you know his name? Like,
Yeah.
do you even know his first fucking name? That's insane.
Yeah, so you're making a whole stream about some character that you met in the panelverse. Like, what's wrong with you, dude? You know, and you're here saying, "Oh, I'm spiraling about shit that happened in my real life, mind you," right? That they're actually making fun of, saying, "Oh, that's hilarious," right? Making stream after stream, you know, laughing at me for what I'm going through in my real life, and then, you know, this guy is making a stream about Toilable Earth, saying, "Oh, maybe he should stop telling people about what he's saying in his real life. He's ending up like TML." Meanwhile, you're making a stream about somebody you met on the internet? What fucking, like, you're a clown, dude. Like, what the fuck? Right? Like, it doesn't even make sense. It's like, shouldn't you take your own advice at this point? Stop
He
worrying.
has been slowly. I mean, he has really stepped back a lot. He still pulls in those numbers though, somehow when he streams, even though he does it on occasion. Except
Well,
for
he did it
tonight,
on the
apparently.
other channel because of not because of his own hard work, because of QOC shouted him out or some stupid shit. So, you know, it's all just a mirage, or literally.
Nope. I'm really tempted. I mean, if I go watch, if he's still streaming, I'm pretty tempted.
I mean,
to
if
go up
you,
and
I
be
mean,
like,
if
"Do
you want to
even know
do
his
it,
fucking
I'll
first
record
name?"
it.
Oh
But
God.
if you want to go up there, I'll definitely stream it.
Well, all right. I'll see. Let me see. I can leave here. I'm gonna leave. If
All right.
he's not live, I'll like come right back or whatever and say goodnight. But all right, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna.
let's see what happens.
all right, let's see.
All right, let's see what happens. Thank you, Untrackable Blessings.
Yeah, nice dude. I like talking
Excellent,
with you, dude.
excellent points that he made about personal relationships. Honestly, I
For
got
sure.
a huge, I got huge value from that. I wanted to say that to him, personally. Maybe next time I see him. But yeah, I got huge
Yeah, dude,
value from what
sharp,
he said.
dude.
Oh yeah,
I don't want to
he's a
discount
wise
anything you
dude.
said.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's a real wise dude. Yep.
Right, let me jump over there to see if I can make that happen.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll be restreaming here. And then we'll end for tonight. After we see that. Yeah, thank you, Frank. I greatly appreciate that, sir.
You think McDonald's should pay the bills? Why don't you go work at McDonald's then? Go be a manager. You can pay all your bills as a
I had to go to
McDonald's manager.
the present stage in this, but maybe I'll go back and watch some of this and just maybe eat popcorn or something. I don't know.
Okay, sarcasm. My bad. 69 people in chat, man. Everyone hit that thumbs up.
69 dudes.
Did Quantum, did he ever come back? I saw him in the hospital. Quantum of Conscience.
Let's go. Truth. Oh, Quantum of Conscience.
Oh, yeah. It looks like
we
he's
owe
back.
your
He's
career
back with his
to.
AI
Isn't that funny?
thumbnails. He's back here with his AI thumbnails.
Let's go,
Cop.
Truth or
Hi,
Cop.
fuck you. You're gay.
Oh.
Bye.
Oh, what?
Oh, sad trombone.
Damn. Let's watch that again, folks, in slow motion. That was wild. Literally dunked him.
He's back here with his AI thumbnails. Truth or Cop. Hi, fuck you. You're gay. Bye.
Damn. Holy smokes, folks. Well, you saw it here first. Well, I mean, I guess they saw it on Drew's first, but you guys know what I mean.
Fresh
sad
off the
trombone.
presses with the sad
Yeah.
trombone.
Yeah, Drew couldn't even withstand the presence of the Truther Cop.
Yeah,
Good
I
Lord.
wanted Truther Cop to disrupt this little thing he's got going on here.
This little circus, yeah. Fucking
Little clown show.
Little dog and pony show.
Oh boy, Drew. Well, that was a bad look. Well, looks like we did. We got nothing. But yeah, I don't think. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. That's all we get on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. We will be back tomorrow. Only 2-hour stream tomorrow. Okay, 9 to 11 p.m. Okay, the topic will be the philosophy and thoughts and sociological ruminations and the analysis of the technological society, the shape of political power in our age, the objective factors of power in our age, right? So yeah, that's mainly what's going to happen, right? But I greatly appreciate you guys, and right, a special thanks to Truther Cop and to Untrackable and to Andy and I mean obviously Neuro has been a great help. You know, Browns boy, blessings. Stoic, thank you for being here. Frank Monday, thank you for watching. Jake, thank you for being here. Denise, Zephyr, I greatly appreciate you guys. But yeah, that's what we had, guys. Peace to all the people. Yeah, thank you.
Darkness. Iron. Wartime. Let's get it. Yeah. I don't give a fuck, I'm numb to pain. Everybody tough till a monster came. Propane, I ain't spit flames when I dump the thing. Punch a dame, got the city looking like Hunger Games. I'm running through the streets with my palms clutched, arms up. I turn the whole earth into stardust. Pugilist, disturbing the peace like Ludacris. Shoot the whip, I got the bat smoking like hookah sticks. Mask on, last draw, ready to blast off. Mask off, break a bird down, it's a Black Hawk backpack. Waterproof goggles with night vision. White women say I'm a different cloth, that's like denim. Who am I? Do or die, iron and superfly, Illuminati. Levitate the earth, I can move the sky. Criminal, get rid of dudes, nothing subliminal. Visual, air the block out like the inner tube. Interlude, chic finish dudes when I'm in the loop. Been a brew, got enough bullets to split a moose. They got me trapped in these last days. The government in fear, my bad ways. Clash clay, put your lights out, that's an ashtray. Black spade, cascade, misery. Finish creeps trying to get rid of me. Energy, levitate your soul, I'm the Trinity. The Lord's here, long beard, travel in war gear. 4 years, we all bears, murder you soft quiz. Caveman, with ape hands, travel this great land. Ray-Bans, purple on the face, it's an eggplant regiment. Turn rare items to elements, predicate, intelligence surrounded by elephants, crucial. I'm neutral, fresh off of YouTube, shoot proof, bury your whole family in zoot suit, splurging. Got insurgents and suburbans, you virgin. I have your earth splitter, she worthless, lumberjack. Gonna clap, don't wanna hear none of that, running back. How about the spaceship like a Thundercat? It's 2000 and now. The location. Real shit motherfuckers don't talk about. Motherfuckers don't pay attention. Our lava pits of survival and quicksands of injustice, with racial profiling and human rights on crutches. Plus the political corruption got people demanding answers. Nobody gives a fuck no more to eat, they taking chances. Flip that quarter quick, cop a stack from Sanchez. Put one in the chamber, hide the pack between the branches. Government money laundering.
Yeah, I don't know if you were watching. Yeah, he brought me up for a second, so blah blah, wouldn't let me up. Then I sat backstage. I just sat there and I texted away and in the chat. And literally as I'm sitting backstage after he kicked me backstage, he said no one clicked the link to join the panel. Fucking liar. I was sitting right there while he said it in the backstage.
Holy shit. Well,
so fuck that dude.
So much for open panel. And they complain about me doing that. And well, you saw it first here. Total tartuffery on the panels, to borrow a word that we read in Nietzsche earlier. Right.
Tartuffery.
Yeah.
But it saved me the expense of having my emotional expense. So fuck them, dude. They don't deserve my time anyways. Fuck those people. And they can all go fuck each other. Toilet blowers can go fuck chalk body outline all night. I don't give a fuck. Fools. I don't give a shit.
Pusillanimous tartuffery. Pusillanimous tartuffery.
It's an Illuma comedy over there.
Yeah. You got Illuma comedy. You got Cockboy Hotline. They Jew-burgered themselves out of existence. Total fake panel show. Where's this CBO exposed link? Yeah, don't miss this. Don't miss them getting basically pickled, just like the boy Android Wilson got pickled. All right. Very important that you guys catch up with that.
That was a point that CBO was making earlier. He's like, because TB was coming at me with all the socialism stuff, and I didn't want to see him get, in trouble with like Andrew Wilson and all this. He couldn't come up with any arguments against it or for it or whatever. And he's like, I don't want to see him get cornered by Andrew Wilson.
What is he, the thought police? Like, what do you mean get in trouble? Like, dude, you're off. You're running a fake game online, man.
Oh, it's so bad. At this point.
So bad.
It's so obvious.
Clout chasing, obvious shit. This is what Drew says every show. He says, "Oh, they do a story on this, so if you want to get if you want to get on the algorithm, you're forced to cover these main topics." It's like, yeah, but that's what you're doing, isn't it?
I was sitting backstage and he was talking about QOC again.
He's algo.
That's all he's got.
Exactly. That's all he's got. This guy algo maxing all day, clout riding with Jim Boob, and Jay Liar. Holy shit.
Jay Diarrhea.
Yeah. Total crackheads.
We all have a good night. I'm gonna get out of here. Spent too much time online.
Yeah,
today.
me too. Yeah, it's over.
Be well. Good to see you.
Blessings on me. Yeah, thank you.
Easy.
Blessings. Be well.
All right, guys. That's it.
Real shit motherfuckers don't talk about. The time is 2000 and now. Yeah. The location. Real shit motherfuckers don't talk about. Motherfuckers don't pay attention. Our lava pits of survival and quicksands of injustice, with racial profiling and human rights on crutches. Plus the political corruption got people demanding answers. Nobody gives a fuck no more to eat, they taking chances. Flip that quarter quick, cop a stack from Sanchez. Put one in the chamber, hide the pack between the branches. Government money laundering, bombings that spreading cancers. The World Trade disaster was just the war's cash advances. Neglected too much office meds and back on campus to take innocent lives just to ease the pain. While we continue to ask why, still no answers. But I know you can't embrace the sun and not believe in rain. Fuckers digging up dirt and causing these avalanches. Good people put in work but can't make ends meet. Young mothers struggling with hungry babies and shitty pampers. So the world should understand being a slave ain't sweet. That's why it's rage against God. The machine is rage against God. The machine, the lies and propaganda got me ready to scream. I refuse to bury the dream. Return democracy, platinum chains of property. Got a lot of hostility, but it's more than the cream. Through swamps of the struggle and sandstorms and scandals. Amongst whoremongers with nerd or label as vandals. Separating races, police, state and the nation. Using taxpayer monies for gambling and taking vacation. Trifling fucks like Spitzer. Tricking on hoes, Howard on this unaffordable education. But won't allow fellas with focus and occupation. Trying to leave us down and hopeless. Boxed in the matrix. Got backs against the wall, rebellious with guns drawn. Look at the millions that's starving, you done wrong. Choosing our targets in this modern day norm. Another mother crushed with a child, lungs in the arms. Police don't serve and protect, them beasts is a threat. They far east serving death or wanting peace in Tibet. I'm waiting on the scars and on you for Skid Row. Blood, sweat, and tears, grease a little sweat. Back from Iraq, face riddled with shrapnel. Addicted to morphine, trapped in the capsule. Honorable discharge, discarded and homeless. Officer full of shit jobs, bombed like roaches. Millions trapped, lacking medical insurance. Civilians are getting jacked, rebels setting on tourists. Full body armor up in the state of emergency. 12 gauges started blasting back at the perjury. Against the machine is rage. Against the machine, the lies and propaganda got me ready to scream. I refuse to bury the dream. Return democracy, platinum chains for property. Got a lot of hostility, but it's more than the cream.
President of the shadow government, the grand governor of the Federal Reserve, public enemy of the society, the one you cannot see, the 33 degree. Before you call a shot, but now it's our turn. Blow up the system and the tables have returned. Your hidden knowledge you thought I never learned. A strike a match and make the whole place burn. I'm the real WMD. I'm your number one public enemy. I'm the one, your runaway slave. I'm the one who got away. Automatic, rapid fire. Automatic, make me in a danger. Automatic, rapid fire. Automatic, make me in a danger. Lethal, make me lethal. I'm a weapon. Danger, make me danger. AK-47. Lethal, make me lethal. I'm a weapon. Danger, make me danger. Make that on danger, make me danger. Make that on danger, make me danger. Cause I know exactly the knowledge you keep. I'm the word on the street. I've got nothing to lose. The whole world to gain. Slip out of your news. Now I'm running your game. I beat the hive, I upset the swarm. Category 5, I'm the center of the storm. We not gon' stress. Strike on my Jamaica, please burn. Walk with the inches every time with the wind. Bulletproof, and I'm a Smith & Wesson. Ain't never test me, I go teach her the not gonna stress. Put me to the test. I say me walk with the angels and me down with the wind. Bulletproof, listen, I'm a Smith and Wesson. Any boy teach me, not gonna teach up. We not gonna stress. Put me to the test. We not gonna stress. Put me to the test.
hip hop and smoking drugs and lovers. Being a boss, them to avoid no complications. I'll give some information about a certain location under anticipation. Cause when I host my show, I avoid the girl called Lola, who's more popular than a drink that Coca-Cola predominant mouth. Just back disposing faces shaded in black is dominating as my color. The massive attack, right now I hit it, kick it, flow smooth, hit middle wicket.
I take a small step, now it's a giant stride. People say I'm loud, why should I hide? Only had a small taste, so what a waste. I quietly observe there is not much space. Bottom end's heavy, you know we're never even. People call me tricky for a particular reason. I got you say, and I got to let you know. See, rocking in your area, rock beneath your balcony. My baby just cares for me. Well, that's funny. Her touch tickles, especially on my tummy.
Now who's got the microphone?
Now who's honey?
It's turbo and charm to a charge. I did that DG while bunch crew and large. Don't call me an officer, just call me a sarge. Mashing up the country, town and also abroad. Plan to go to America when I get a visa card.
But getting a visa card nowadays isn't hard.
So keep your ears peeled and listen to every card. Tokyo City's one place that we told. 4 technique plus 2 mix a bowl. Sharper than a Wilkerson razor sword.
When I was a child I played Studio One. My table down I graduate to Studio One. Cause these man on the boom, you know that three's my pseudonym. And around my neck you know I wear the Sony Budokan. Indigo blue sugar, me in my own shoes. The people dancing in the shape for what they made they can't lose. Yes, waxing lyrical, the time is not satirical. It's kinda spherical, so jam me in a circle. This is the miracle, let up in the selection.
So whether you're black or